love so sweet, you're my chocolate factory.
R.Kelly is a one-man odd couple, selling both love and lust to a catchy groove. He's a brilliant musician and self-proclaimed Christian who penned one of the great anthems of his generation.
I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. I think about it every night and day.
But he's also the author of Bump and Grind and a defendant in a criminal case charging him with child pornography. Kelly has denied the charges and is awaiting trial.
If it's early in the morning, we will be bumping and grinding.
Man, this is simple, man. You know, I'm a good person, man. I love people. People need to understand that R. Kelly is not who they think, but it's who I know. Yeah.
Open your mind.
Hours of power. Hours of power. Hours of power. Hours of power.
And so a community is where you control your police, you control your commerce, you control your education, you control your house. We don't control none of that. We live in a hood. Huh? Well, what about the Negroes that get out? Oh, well, say, my cousin, they say he's a multi-millionaire, almost got $1 billion.
The problem with going
3 PhDs and working on 2 more. Driving down the street in Chicago in his Rolls Royce, enjoying himself, and he hears these sirens and look through the mirror and see this cop car flashing lights. He squeezed the steering wheel, man. Heart beats fast. Because he knows the plight of a Negro, what it could be. And then when that cop car passed him by, he said, thank God he wasn't after you in the first place, punk. That Negro thing you can't get away from. It's universal. They wasn't coming after you. With all your millions, with your Rolls Royce, with your PhD, didn't help. That's the hood. Huh? Why do you think you never pick up the paper to read over and over and see white families? You think of the thousands of black cops in America. Why don't you see white families crying as black cops got my loved one 42 times in the back of the head? Why do you think black cops don't do that? You think they're more spiritual? Think they're better? No! They got enough sense to know that white folks ain't gonna tolerate it. And I will stop in our neighborhood when we decide we will not tolerate it. Now, if we was organized, which is hard to organize people who are just gonna run crazy and you don't know you're crazy. But if we were, with the money we have, and the many people who would come to our aid that don't know what it's like to be a Negro, and we said, if we said, look, we saying, if we don't get a federal law to deal with police brutality, that anytime a cop or anybody carry a gun, have to have a license just like you do to drive a car. And if you use it wrongly, you'll lose your license. And if it's upheld, you can never work again as a cop or a store guard or a private detective. How do you get Congress to push that through? Well, you take your economic power and you call on your friends, black, white, young and old, and say, this coming Christmas, if we don't have a federal law to outlaw police brutality by law, then we calling for a nationwide boycott of Christmas and it'll start on Thanksgiving. Well, let me tell you what that means. 79% of all retail in America happens between Thanksgiving and Christmas. People stay in business all year, lose money just for Christmas, huh? Well, what happens now? Sac Fifth Avenue, Toys R Us, Sears and Roebuck, Westinghouse. They will get the bill, and all they got to do is make one phone call and say, Harry, that's the senator I want that bill pushed through in 3 days. Okay, it's an economic thing. It's that simple. But we have the power, but the system has wiped us out so bad.
Hours of power. Hours of power. Hours of power.
Santana Lincoln 6. Go ahead. Clear suspect down 10-4. That's 10-4. The officer's code 4. We have one suspect that's been shot.
Open your mind, your mind. Had my mic turned off again, y'all. I'll be doing that shit a lot. But peace, folks. We are back with a special Monday night edition on the T.P.O.T YouTube page. As you can see, you know the hot subject of today is Brother R.KELLY. He got convicted today of many counts, and he's probably going to do some time. I'm sure he will. But first thing I want to say is everybody check your emails. I send a lot of links out to folks, so check your email, The link is in there. But before we get started, y'all know I always start the show off with thanking you good folks, man, the good folks who hang out here and good folks who hang out up in here for your likes, your shares, your views, your subs, and of course, your hard-earned pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters, and 50-cent pieces, because I realize you don't have to do it, man. You don't have to watch these damn videos. You don't have to show up here at night. You don't have to sub to this channel. You don't have to share them, and you definitely don't have to drop your hard-earned coins. But you good folks choose to do so, man. And every damn night I come up here, man, I'm going to show you some appreciation because I don't take you lightly. I never have, and I never will. You got my word on that. All right. I'm honored. I'm humbled. I'm appreciative, man. And I'm thankful for all you good folks. All right. All right. And hold on. Before we even get into it, T.P.O.T's programming notes right at the top of the show. Because tomorrow I will be on the Grown Man Hour tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock Eastern time, with my brother, Bernard Riley, who you see behind me here. Yeah, I'll be up there and I'll be talking my shit. Tomorrow we'll be well, I ain't telling y'all nothing. You want to know what we're talking about, you got to bring your ass there. But you will see me there, 10 a.m. Eastern time, on the Grown Man Hour with my brother, Bernard Riley. All right? All right. So let's get at it. Like I said, y'all know Brother Kelly got convicted today. Multiple charges, racketeering, sex trafficking, and all of that. Something that we all knew he was doing. We've known for years. All right. We've known since 99, 98. We've known this, right? We've known it. So this is not a secret. But the wheels of justice have finally caught up to the brother. And tonight, we're going to talk about it, and not so much of talking about him, but talking about a lot of the things that made it so he can do what he did. All right. And I see my guests starting to pop up in here. So without further delay, let me start bringing them up. The one and only Lady Queen Q is here. Also, Lady Danielle is in the house. What's good, ladies?
Hey, Brother X. Hey, Queen Q. How y'all doing?
What's good? What's good? I'm glad y'all came, ladies, because I need some female perspective on this. All right? I need it. I could have got a bunch of brothers, but I said, no, I want some females to talk about this shit here tonight. Because I asked the question, as everyone can see scrolling down there somewhere. His mind was telling him no, but these girls' moms were saying yes. And before we even get into it, I'll acknowledge this. You know, this guy's a creep. This guy's a perv. He's whatever you want to call him. I will not disagree with you. I will not. All right. I will not disagree with anything you call this brother. But that being said, I think he had help, and not help doing what he was doing to these teenage girls, but he had assistance. Whether you're talking about the people who went and got the girls for him, the people who knew the girls were coming there, the people who covered for him, and ultimately these children's parents. So let me start with Lady Queen Q. What's your take on all of this? And then we'll shoot around to Lady Danielle.
So I've actually researched the case since I got the message from SKC letting me know that you wanted a female perspective on the show. I'm gonna be honest, I did not have time to watch the documentary. I didn't watch the documentary. I really didn't want to partake in that foolishness, to be honest, because I felt like it was a way to get a payday, in all
Mm-hmm.
honesty, off of other people's trauma. So I really didn't watch the show. But from what I can tell through the case with the people that he was trialed and convicted of, I only see one woman. I believe her name is like Jiminy Page. Um, that is where I have to ask the question of where were the parents. Now, the other young ladies that were possibly mentioned within the documentary, I quickly read through their stories. I actually read through their stories on multiple different networks. I read through their page. I read through their testimonies through multiple different sites, and basically they all concluded the same thing. It was like almost a copy and paste. I try not to read too much into a lot of the articles because I felt like they were very biased. I typically tend to like to deal with the facts of the case, so I just went straightforward. What happens, the details. I don't need anybody talking about how promiscuous he was and trying to drag in basically word salad. So, but from what I can gather, that was the only young lady that I could see that was related to the court cases that I would honestly question where her parents were.
Mm. Okay. Lady Danielle.
Okay, I've been following R. Kelly's career since I was in high school. R. Kelly came out in probably like the the mid 90s. And so I was a huge R. Kelly fan. Matter of fact, R. Kelly's concert was the first, what was one of the first concerts that I've ever attended, if not the first. I want to say it was the first that I've ever attended. So I followed his career from start to up to now. Um, Back when he got with Aaliyah, and it was rumored that Aaliyah was 14 years old, listening to the music. Of course, her first album was Age Ain't Nothing But a Number. All of that stuff was really sketchy to me. And her mother actually signed off on it. Her parents actually signed off on it. Then it came like the first initial sex tape with the young lady that was 14 years old at the time. I was sitting there in my mind, I'm like, okay, it's over for R. Kelly. R. Kelly shouldn't be able to see the light of day. This should be the end of his career. Um R. Kelly came to Mississippi a few years ago. Matter of fact, he got caught up in a scandal in Mississippi. He was messing with someone's wife or whatever, and the guy was suing him for alimony, child support, or whatever. Um, he actually had a performance there. The performance was sold out. I have family that's in Chicago. Every time R. Kelly had a show in Chicago, that show was sold out, full of women. I think if we're talking about holding predators accountable, um, it goes to a certain point, and I think when you get to a certain point in your career, and the system, quote unquote, isn't trying to take you down, we tend to forgive and forget very quickly. And if a person is handsome or charismatic or they have a whole lot of money, we don't care. And that's what I've gathered with our people.
Yeah. Um, because I remember the tape where he was with the teenage girl, and it was a popular thing. People was passing it around, like it was chewing gum.
Yeah.
Everybody was looking at it, and I wondered why he didn't go down then. I'm actually surprised that he didn't go down during the whole Aaliyah thing. Because I believe at the time, she was 15 and he was 27,
Yes.
28 at the time. Because I'm sitting here and I'm looking at this article, and what they have is a timeline of him when he married Aaliyah, which that marriage was eventually annulled. And then this other girl who's on my thumbnail, her name is Tiffany Hawkins. She sues Kelly, claiming that they had sex when she was 15 years old. And then January 2001, they someone receives a sex tape with an underage girl from an anonymous source, but that source, uh, I believe, was Miss Hawkins, who leaked the tape of him with the other young girl. And then there's another girl named Tracy Sampson who sues Kelly, alleging underage sex and emotional abuse. And from what it's saying here, she was 17 at the time. In 2002, he was investigated over the sex tape. Of course, y'all know he ended up getting locked up, but he did get acquitted. Okay. He did get acquitted. Now, there's a few other chicks up here. There's Patrice Jones, there's Martina Woods, and these chicks are claiming that, they had sex with Kelly 20, 30 times before they were even 17. So, it goes on and on and on and on and on, right? So we are not strangers to what was going on with R. Kelly. I think everybody knew he liked young girls. Um, the rumors were out there. Not only were the rumors out there was a lot of proof out there. And I'm a true believer when you're this type of guy and you're chasing after these young girls. I don't think there's a cure. I don't think you ever stop. All right. Now, don't get me wrong. I know it's a lot of young thoughts out there. All right. And I don't have a problem with a man chasing thoughts. But I do have a problem when a man of his age is chasing teenage girls because they're children. I'm a grandfather. I have a teenage granddaughter. And this brings me back to what I said earlier about the parents. Because I tell one of you Negroes right now, you think you can leave away from this house with my 14-year-old granddaughter, with my 14-year-old daughter, my 14-year-old niece, my 14-year-old anything? You can't leave out of here with a 14-year-old hammer that I have in my garage. So I come back to this because you have these young girls, right? And let's be honest here. Some of them are probably bullshit. All right. It's not like I don't believe that all of them are telling the truth, but it's hard for me to believe that all of them are lying at the same time. Um, and I go back to this. You have people around him, adults around him, who
Mhm.
are helping him facilitate this.
Absolutely. You had a security guards and I think it was just multiple people that was around and allowed this to happen. With Aaliyah and knowing that her mother actually signed off for her to get married to this older guy. Everybody was in it for the money. When the well started running dry, then everybody is coming out and testifying this, that, and the third. But as long as he continued to shell out money and pay for everybody's services, everybody turned a blind eye to it. And I think it's awful. It's awful.
Yeah. A lot of yes men and yes women, I would imagine,
Yep.
who who are just like, they see these young girls walking in and out of the crib and walking in and out of the hotel room, and no one has a problem with it because, they don't want that check to stop. They don't
Right.
want that money to stop. They don't want that whatever to stop. And it's crazy because I remember some years back when I had a show called Unicorn 4, and I had 4 women on the show. And 2 of those women were from Chicago. And they spoke about how R. Kelly used to be at their high school when they were in high school in Chicago. They said he would be there a lot, you know, and the only reason why he stopped is because the principal got wind of it and confronted him and, told him that if he kept coming around there, they was going to call the authorities, et cetera, et cetera. And he stopped coming around to that particular school because they said he was like hanging around there all the time. They said young girls spoke of R. Kelly in class, spoke of being, at the crib, in the car, hanging out with him, all that kind of stuff. Now, somebody wrote me today. I guess after they saw the thumbnail, they was like, "Oh, X, you talking about this? Why you're not talking about the Polite case?" The reason why I'm not talking about the Polite case, because number one, Polite hasn't been convicted. Uh, R. Kelly has. So I know people say, "Oh, that's the white man's," and I'm not one. I don't usually do this celebrity gossip stuff. That's not really like my line. But when I see something like this, it makes me wonder, did we as a people, did we contribute to this? And I'm going to ask you ladies because I don't know what percentage of women, specifically black women, who are fans of R. Kelly, but I'm pretty sure it's a lot of them. And they knew the tape was out there. They knew what he was doing. They knew that he married Aaliyah when she was like 14, 15, but still his concerts sold out. Still his albums went platinum. Still his CDs went platinum. So why would women continue to support this man when they have the knowledge or the knowledge of the alleged accusations, I should say? They have this knowledge, but they still are at his concerts. They're still at his shows. They're still buying his CDs. I want to know what goes through the mind of the women. Any one of you can go.
Well, I think that a lot of women will look at these girls that were surrounding him and say that these girls were fast. And it becomes a bit harder to distinguish on who's being fast or who's actually being manipulated to be in those situations. And I think when you see a girl and she's dressed in these little skimpy clothes and she's around and she's out late at night and this, that, and the third. So you're thinking, okay, she wants to be in this situation. She's down for this situation. She's not a victim here. And it becomes, I feel like it's harder for us to victimize um people, and especially as it pertains to younger black women. It's getting harder and harder to victimize them because everybody's in a rush to be grown. Everybody wants to wear weave down their asses, the eyelashes, skimpy clothes, and then want a certain level of respect, and so they don't want the respect. And I think we send out a lot of mixed messages. So I think that we are complicit. um R. Kelly should have been stopped at Aaliyah. Should have been stopped at Aaliyah. If he wasn't stopped at Aaliyah, okay, her mom did sign off on that. Got it. If he wasn't stopped, then he damn should have been stopped at that sex tape. He wasn't. But it was a lot of people who seen the sex tape and was like, okay, she moving like a grown ass woman. She knows what she's doing. And it's hard to feel sorry for people in those situations. So I think we're absolutely complicit. I think when they talk about females being victims, I think it's a crock of mess. It's BS.
Shout out to my brother SKC with the $5 super chat. He says, since his show sold out, what does this tell about Black culture? Why did the community, especially Black women, back R. Kelly, but not Cosby? Who was worse? Good goddamn question. But you know, when you drop coins on this platform, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. Also, shout out to Lady Celine with the $4.99 super chat. I appreciate that. Oh shit, she put another one up on there. Another $4.99. She says, because R. Kelly has swag, according to women. Xavier. Yeah, but that's a stupid reason. That's stupid. But when you drop coins on this platform, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. Appreciate that, Lady Celine. You agree, Lady Queen Q, with Lady Danielle's assessment? Lady Queen Q? All right, she must be having some audio problems. We'll come back to her.
She left a message in the back. We
She
can't
did?
hear you. Yeah, she did.
Oh no, we can't hear anything, Lady Q. Okay. See, this is my problem. This is the problem I have, right? We say, okay, it's hard to look at these young girls as victims, you know, because they dressing like they're grown, you know, they're around these grown ass men and they're doing all this shit. But the simple fact that they're like 14, 15, I think that alone makes them a victim when you have this grown ass dude who's obviously. Go ahead. We can hear you. We can hear you now,
I'm
Lady
sorry.
Q. We can hear
I
you.
just want to make sure if I could see the gray popping up around my name.
Oh yeah, you
To
good.
the question that you asked, I want to answer and I want to say yes, but I also want to add onto the fact that the reality is for the Black community, this is something that's normalized. If we're going to have the honest conversation, it is something that is normalized. We have a bad habit of glossing over and holding famous people to these impossible standards that we do not give grace to other people for. We have a bad habit of letting famous individuals or people who we believe are renowned in our communities get away with just anything just because they're talented or they're doing one or two good things that we feel like we benefit from. So in the case of R. Kelly, the number one pushback I heard growing up, because to be honest, I'm only 28. When these allegations came out in 1995, I was born in 1993, so I was only 2 years old. So I came in on the tail end of things, hearing people speak, and what I heard from a lot of adults at that time, and when I say adults, I'm referring to individuals in their 30s and their 40s, was it's okay because his music is good. They're just trying to discredit this Black man. Here we go, trying to pull another Black man down. That's the rhetoric that I was hearing growing up. And when I looked and I kind of, me and my friends, of course, we're young. We don't know any better. We would talk about it, but we would be like, why are people that held in our eyes a different light, because we were kind of like, why did people defend this? Like, as children, we saw the wrong with the situation. And it was difficult for us to wrap our heads around why the adults didn't see the wrong in the situation, which is why we've come to the head that we've come to, where you have this younger generation that honestly wants his head on a stake. But you still have members of the older generation who are willing to say, let's separate the man from the music and still enjoy his music without realizing that they're contributing monetarily to his bad habits. So, there's a lot of questions that I had asked when I saw this growing up. My question was, where are the parents? I used to ask that question a lot of the times until I actually sat down and I read their backstories or the testimonies of the women. Is that to say that they all can be believed 100%, that they're telling the absolute truth? Absolutely not. We have the ability to see through the bullshit, to be honest. We can read between the lines and we can tell when there's bullshit in those stories. But at the same time, you have to hold this man accountable for the shit that they did. Do I believe that these young girls were being pimped out by their mothers? Absolutely. Do I feel like the black community as a whole turned a blind eye to it? Yes, absolutely. The fact that he was rolling around Chicago at high schools and people knew and the men of the community didn't hem his ass up says a lot. The fact that his entourage full of men did not hem his ass up, or at least say, no, R. Kelly, we're not going out here getting 16-year-old girls. We're going to get you someone that's like 19, 20. So there's a lot to be talked about and a lot to be processed, but I do agree with the lovely young woman that spoke before me also.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it, because it's like, you know, we sat back and act like nothing was happening. And I do blame the parents. I put a lot of weight on them, but I also blame women who follow this guy, women who listen to this guy's music. And like you said, Lady Queen Q, the fact that, he's a great crooner, I think people kind of overlooked it. He was popular, he was rich, no one cared. The people in his entourage obviously didn't care, because they were around while he was doing all of this crap. And I think this is indicative of a bigger picture here, right? Because I talk about this kind of crap all the time. I'm the these old mama's man round here. And I think this is indicative of a bigger problem, because we have a lot of this kind of stuff going on, not with celebrities and singers doing it, but you have a lot of this stuff going on with young children inside the home of many black families. That's just a fact. All right. That's just the fact. We have a lot of it going on inside of black families. I talk about it all the time. So what I believe has happened here over the course of I don't know how many years is that we've kind of looked at it the same way we look at it when, Uncle Jimmy's touching on the kids, when the grandfather, the stepfather, the older cousin, the whoever is touching on the children. We don't say anything about it. We deny it. We ignore it. We act like it's just part of growing up. We do all that kind of crap. All right. We do all that kind of crap where we just totally ignore it, act like it's not happening. If we deny it, it'll go away. I mean, this is what's going on in black households. All right. So the whole R. Kelly situation isn't a new situation or a unique situation. Okay. It's not a unique situation, because this shit happens all the time and it gets covered up, denied all the time as well. But go ahead. Y'all got it.
If I may chime in, and I want to say this, and I think that there has to be this conversation really does need to be had. Um, Too many times we hold children accountable for the actions of adults. And I really want that to sink in with people. We hold, as black people, children more accountable than adults. I'm sorry. I'm a chat watcher sometimes, and I'm looking at what's being said. Um, there has to be some level of I'm lost for words right now. I truly am. Um, you pulled up the comment that I was referring to. Um, there has to be grace, because at the end of the day, we have to realize that these are children.
Mm.
These are children,
I agree.
irregardless of how they dress, irregardless of how they present themselves, irregardless of how you feel. These are children. Now, that is not to say that children can't go without blame, because I grew up in a time where I had girls in my class that had fake IDs that would sneak into the 19 and up clubs and put themselves in situations. They are not blameless. But at the end of the day, I've also had grown men roll up next to me walking home while I'm in a school uniform and tell me at the age of 14 they can make me a woman.
Mhm.
Yep.
Wow. Wow.
We have to take
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, we have to take into account that these are children, and children will do children things. Not all children are going to be perfect little angels. You're
Hmm.
going to have those that are going to want to experiment. It's no different than saying when you were younger, you drank alcohol knowing damn well you weren't 21. It's no different than you going out and smoking weed when you know it's illegal. There will be things that children, and yes, young girls do, because they're looking for validation and different things like that. But this is where the discernment of an adult comes in.
Hmm. That's where I'm at with it, because I mean, when you're talking about girls that are 14, and brother perfect black man, check your email. I already sent it. Um, when you're talking about young girls, and I guess I say this kind of stuff because I'm an old Negro. Um, I have granddaughters, okay? I have daughters too, but my daughters are adults, but I do have grandchildren, okay? And I think that if a young girl does dress somewhat promiscuous or wily, or even to the point where it's slutty or whorish,
Mm-hmm.
I still don't believe that a man in his 30s and 40s should be rolling up on this 14, 15, 16-year-old girl. I just don't think that that's proper for an experienced grown ass man in his 30s and 40s to be seeking out girls that are 13, 14, 15 years old. I mean, I just can't get around it. I can't say, well, now don't get me wrong, right? I think nowadays, uh, these girls are allowed to
Mm-hmm.
dress a certain way. They're allowed to be certain places. They are allowed to do certain things that they shouldn't be allowed to do. And I go right back to the old mammies. All right, I go right back there, because they are allowed to do certain things that they probably shouldn't be doing. All right. Because I know my granddaughter ain't walking up out of this goddamn house, all right, dressed any old kind of way. Absolutely not gonna happen. And also, I know that if I find out she's in places where teenage girls shouldn't be, I'm going to have something to say about it, and I'm going to have something to do about it. So, that being said, I still see the onus on the adult, all right? The adult
You know
to
what, X? Oh, I'm sorry.
no, I'm just saying that I think the onus is on the adult, all right, to know more, understand more, and at least have some control, if not some control over his body, have some control over his damn mind, and realize that this is a child.
But we're not in an era where people want to actually have control over themselves outside of using plausible deniability. What I'll say to you is, I got one of my sisters is a superintendent at a school, but she started off through the ranks, and I'm really close with a principal of a school. they tell me from grade school, third grade, fourth grade, how sexually aggressive the girls are starting to be. um there's so much stuff happening in the schools. It made my head spin because you wouldn't think um a 7-year-old would know these type of things, or a 10-year-old, or the girl's 13 and she's trying to fill up on the teacher and she's openly flirting with a male teacher. um we don't talk about the importance of dressing a certain way and carrying ourselves a certain way. um Everybody's in a rush to grow these girls up. These girls do act very, very, very grown. um Skip past the grade school and the middle school, get to high school. They are dressing grown, they're talking grown, they're using all kinds of lingo, they're cursing, they're flirtatious, they're seductive, and they're seductive as hell. um it, it's crazy because you wouldn't think the type of games that they play in high school wasn't things that I learned, I think, until I was in my 30s. This is what they're doing in high school right now, though. um I do put the onus on the men that would entertain it, but it's a lot with what the girls are doing to get to that anyway. They're doing a lot. And there's nothing to be said about that either. Like, seemingly good mothers got their daughters wearing hair down to their ass. And I'm like, when you see things like I'm always in shock at what I see nowadays. And nobody says anything. And then I almost feel like I'm in a twilight zone if I do mention it, because everybody's looking at me like I'm stupid. You got the babies and you got little skimpy outfits for the babies, and then, well, don't sexualize them. If you sexualize them, that's your problem. You're looking at them the wrong way outside of seeing innocence. But I'm saying, like, if you putting your children in certain things and you're trying to develop their sex appeal at such an early age, when they do get grown and they do have these skills and they know how to manipulate and they're cunning and slick, and it's crazy. And I don't think we give enough credence to what goes on there. Nobody holds those actions accountable. Nobody. So
Yeah, but where's we
So,
gonna we
oh, sorry, I wanted to
no,
ask a question, and
go ahead.
I love that. I love that she brought that up, because now I have to ask the question of, is it that, or are we not providing an environment for our children to be children?
you know what? I think that you have a lot of women who are having children who didn't really want to have children. They weren't prepared for children. So it's like fly by the seat of your pants. You don't have the guidance of a big mama who actually knew how to care and provide for children. Why you shouldn't wear this, why you should wear a slip, why you should wear pantyhose, why you needed a skirt down to your knees. We have a generation of women who didn't have men in the home to prevent a lot of things that go on. We don't have, you remember how if somebody touched you and you went home and told your people, all your people would go over there and beat somebody's ass? We don't have that in the home anymore. So it's like grown men know when you ain't got nobody looking after you. They know when you ain't got nobody that really gives a damn about you, because mama trying, she in the club, she trying to compete with the daughter. Um and, and wanting to be the child's friend as opposed to being the child's parent. But then you looking at them, they don't know how to parent. They don't care. They don't
Yeah.
care. So I don't think we provide the environment for children. I think
Yes.
you just got people who are actually wishing them damn children to grow up so they can get out of their damn hair so they can go back to doing what they doing.
Yeah, exactly. And shout out to brother Curlin with the $10 super chat. He said
Oh boy.
it's a difference in a gal. You know he a country boy. He said gal. It's a difference in a gal that gets caught up versus a gal that is out there, underage, actively seeking older dudes. We've all seen the high school gals getting picked up by the local D boy after school. I kind of agree with you, brother Curlin, and you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. Now, I'll say this, and then I'm going to go to my Chi-Town brother, Perfect Black, who's right out there in Ground Zero, where all this is nonsense took place. But this is the thing. I used to be in high school too. I wasn't always old Negro. Okay, I actually used to be in high school at some point. And when I was in high school, there were a lot of girls who they may have been, I don't know, 15, 16, 17, and there were dudes that were coming around. But these dudes, I remember these dudes that came around, these dudes were maybe college dudes, you might can get a guy around there who may be 23, 24. I don't recall seeing guys in their 30s and 40s at our high school. I mean, I see they wouldn't have been able to do it anyway. All right. Because of where I grew up and the town I grew up in, they wouldn't have got away with that shit. But the guys that were coming, because let's face it, some of these young girls, they like young guys. I understand that. But the older guys who used to come around, these older guys weren't in their 30s and 40s. These guys were like maybe college age that came around and picked these girls up and took them to lunch. It wasn't dudes out there, with gray beards and, they looked like they was old enough to be somebody's father. You didn't see that because, that would have drew attention. A lot of the dudes that came around, they could kind of sort of blend in because they still looked kind of young. So, I get the whole, older guy and high school girls like him. I get all of that. But my problem is when a dude is in his 30s and 40s and he's hanging out around the local high school and we want to turn around and say, well, these girls, they dress like hookers. Well, this 30, 40-year-old guy shouldn't be intermingling with these 15, 16-year-old girls that dress like hookers. He should be intermingling with girls that are adults and dress like hookers, not the 14, 15, 16-year-old that's dressed like a hooker and he's 35. He's 40. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. But we've been joined by my man, Brother Perfect Black, and Brother Supreme. What's good with it, Brother Perfect Black?
What's going on, Brother X? Can you hear me?
Yep. You got it.
How's it going? Thanks for having me up. And what's going on with the ladies? And what's up, HKC, man? It's been a while, man. Look, I'm gonna say this right off the back, so I won't, so hopefully I won't my words won't be misunderstood here. I in no way advocate or even defend a man, actively going out looking for grown men looking for a teenage girl. I don't condone that, and I think those type of men, just like this, they should be up under the jail, if not dead. That's not what I advocate for, and at all. But for me, I think, especially in this day and age, we cannot continue to go down the path act as if these girls hold no accountability, no responsibility whatsoever. I'm sorry, especially how we see these girls being. Brothers, I coach football, right?
Mm-hmm.
And attached with our football program, because it's a couple sports, but football is the main one. We have a cheerleading team. And I can tell you right now, I amongst a lot with several other coaches, we stay as far away from those girls as possible because we know all manner of mess is going on that is being precipitated by them. The things that we've heard from those girls that we know that their parents are allowing them to do, dress most inappropriately, and I'm talking about 13-year-old girls with full lace fronts and nails and all the makeup that they go to school like this, right? And so you're not going to tell me that these girls don't know what they're doing in terms of, because they know they're not doing that for the boys in school. They're doing it for these grown men, and then they put themselves in areas and atmospheres where they know grown men will be. so they can very easily misrepresent themselves.
Mm.
And especially being dressed and they present themselves that way to grown men. Be honest, most guys, even the well-meaning guys, probably won't even get around to the age how old they were until deep up into a whole conversation or whatnot. To the extent that the conversation even take place. When I was in the Army, I had a situation. It wasn't me; it was one of the guys I used to that we hang with when I was in the Army. A fellow, an old Army buddy of mine, and he had been dating this girl. I would say for the better part of about 10 months or so. And we all knew her. She had been over at the barracks with her. We had been over at her house with her and her mother and everything. One day we come out for PT, and he being led away by the MPs. Now we didn't know what in the world was going on. Come to find out that girl that he had been messing with, she was she had been 16. But the problem with that is that we met her at an all adult club, hanging out also with her mother. And her mother, they told him that if he didn't marry her, she was going to go to the first sergeant and report him for dating an underage girl. Now the mother and the daughter, they knew about this. Mother told him that yeah, she's of age. Of course, he's not going to question the mother. The mother had her. Now she had been in our barracks room. They came and investigated all of us. She had been in our barracks room drinking with us and everything. Because we were going up under the assumption that her mother said that she's, her mother prepared us drinks and everything. But because he wouldn't marry her, he got reported. Now I know that the mother helped facilitate that whole thing, but you're not going to make me believe that girl did not know right from wrong. So you want to say that these girls are because they are minor, they're underage, they're technically their children and all that. But you're not going to tell them that they don't know what how guys look at them and stuff of that nature. And they know, okay, well, yeah, if I walk this way, put this on, if I do this, I know I can probably get this guy over here. I've heard some of these girls talk about some of the girls that they go to school with have had sex with some of the teachers at the school who are still hired there right now.
Yeah.
This is what's going on. Now, of course, I blame those men. But if we're going to have any type of discussion like this that does not include, yes, these girls got to be, there's some accountability here. There has to be some accountability here. Yes, the parents, because these girls ain't doing, I can say right now, that when I was growing up, girls cannot do not even 20% of the stuff that they doing and getting away with. They couldn't leave a house like that. And then when they went to school and tried to do it, the mothers and the fathers still was going to be notified.
Yeah.
Now today, these kids, you can't even raise them. You can't touch them, and they know it. And this is the results of what we got. They're told they can't nobody touch them. They're told they can't nobody do nothing to them. And they go to school with that attitude. So therefore, what do we think is going to happen? We have given, for lack of a better word, we have given we have given the inmates the guns and the weapons, and we expect the inmates to act rationally.
All right. Well, I agree that I want to go to my brother Supreme. Because full disclosure, when I was like 18, I got myself caught up into some crap like that, and you get caught up with these girls. They tell you they of age, they lie and all this shit. They don't learn how to talk to grown men and all that kind of stuff. I get that part. But once I found out how old she was, I was like, girl, you got to get the fuck away from me. See, this is my thing. It's one thing for these guys to get caught up because, they see this girl, she built like she 20 years old, but really she 14. And she tells them, oh, I'm 19, I'm 18, I'm whatever. And you get caught up because you don't know, because you looking at that body, right? So if she's telling you that she's 19 or 20 or whatever, you want to believe it anyway. So you go ahead and believe it. My thing is this. Number one, once you find out and you continue to engage with this child, or not even that, you're engaging with this child when you know how old she is already. That's my problem. Okay. That's my problem, is when dudes know. It's one thing to get caught up and be like, oh man, she lied. She said she was 20. She said she was whatever, and you too stupid to vet it. I get it. Because when I was 18, I was too stupid to vet it. All right. So I will give you that benefit of the doubt. But when you're a 30, 40-year-old man and you know that this child is 15 and you still continue to engage with this child, I don't give a fuck what she dressed like. I don't give a fuck what she wears. I don't give a fuck what she's saying, what she's doing, how she's acting. You're 40, she's 15. Those are the facts. But we've been joined by my brother, Brother Supreme. What's good with it, Brother Supreme?
Hey, what's going on? What's going on?
What you got down here, man? You want me to bring this up?
Yeah, you can bring it up, but I'm gonna share in just a second. I was thinking about it. I was making this comparison between Cosby and Kelly, and I think it tells a story about the greater community, as it were. To me, it really speaks volumes about what the acceptance of broken families has resulted in. And, I was hearing some people say, well, Kelly did a lot of stuff for the community in Chicago. Well, didn't Cosby do a whole bunch of stuff for the communities at large? Yet Cosby got his back turned. They turned their back on him, but they elevated and celebrated and put the proverbial protection around Kelly, knowing exactly what he was. I agree with Curlin when he was talking about things that happened in the past. I think that back in the past and even now, there are a lot of R. Kellys. They don't have as much money, or as much fame, but in their small circles, they're there. I saw older guys with the swag. They rolled up at the high school and picked up young girls and all that stuff. And that activity wasn't looked down on. The community didn't say stuff like, "Oh no, we don't want these guys here." And no, everybody just turned their head, and that was that. And I have a different opinion from what Perfect Black was saying so far as the girls and their provocative dress and all of that. So far as their fault, I really don't think that they know left from right anymore, because their parents are the ones that were listening to R. Kelly when they were growing up. So it's really easy to understand that you have all of these broken families. These people back in the day, they were growing up over sexualized. I mean, you think about some of the songs that R. Kelly had. I mean, I know I couldn't have listened to that as a kid. At home, I would have gotten in trouble for it. But I know a lot of people at school that did. So, and it was the thing that was in at the time. But all that Jodeci, all that other stuff. So, when these people have had children, and when these children are acting in the specific ways that they are now, I mean, that should be it should be expected. What else did you think was going to happen? That everybody was going to just turn out fine? I mean, so that's why I pulled up the video. It's like, these are the children of the R. Kelly era.
Her judgment is certainly being questioned tonight. They're called the Golden Girls of Miami Northwestern Senior High.
You get there.
Students hit the field with the marching band as planned this past Friday. during a game for the school's football team. But what wasn't
Fair use, Negroes, fair use.
that followed after pictures were posted online of the girls' uniform that night of bodies.
So you got to think that there are parents that are in the stands, parents that before the game helped these children get into these outfits, that went out and bought this stuff, that saw them practicing. The teachers and stuff saw them do it. This is that's I'm sorry, that's the community.
You know what,
It is what it
SKC?
is.
I agree.
You have
I
such a
agree to
good
that.
point. When I was in high school, we had I went to a high school called Murrah, and we had the Murrah Misses, just as provocative, and no one batted an eye. And that they're starting off in middle school with the costumes and uniforms and stuff like that are real skimpy and scantily clad. Nobody has a word to say. I would think that it would be even more so prevalent in the South. Nobody had anything to say about it, and it was like, but she twerking and she almost has a thong on with some tights, and everybody's just like, oh, that song's great. It's like everybody's blind to it. So I thought you brought up a really good point with that.
Yeah,
Yes,
so
yeah,
I-
you really did.
yeah, the only thing I'm saying is like sometimes we'll have these conversations, and I think it broadens out to bigger things that have to do with Black people. Um, how many times, even in the sphere where I've talked to different bros here, and I'll tell them, dude, you can't sit up here and make this argument that that music doesn't influence people. I mean, look at it. We Sister Joyce, you said you recall going to the Jodeci concert when you was a younger, and I mean Jodeci, R. Kelly,
Yeah.
and I mean, in order for you to even go, what are you talking about? What is on your mind?
You know what? I came from a family that really listened to a lot of music. So it wasn't a thing to where it was like my mom was a huge fan of Rick James when she was a little girl or when she was young. And so she went to the Rick James concert, and that was like when she used to tell the story, it's like one of the funniest stories that she would tell. But I had a mom. While my mom did have a lot of problems, my mom really did stay on me about stuff like that. And then prior to her, I lived with my grandmother who stayed on me about stuff like that. So, like I said, when I saw a lot of the behavior, it was like, woo. And it wasn't like I was allowed to watch a lot of things that were sexually explicit, but I had a mother who understood what was happening. Like I was allowed to go to the R. Kelly concert, but I wasn't able to hang out with a girl that was pregnant, that was in the 8th grade with me. My mother was like, hell no, you're not hanging out with her. Because of peer pressure and what girls do when they get together nowadays. But my mom pretty much stayed on me about stuff like that.
Yeah,
If I may,
yeah, because
I'm sorry. I want.
I have 4 sisters, right? And you know, my parents didn't play that shit, but there it is, parents, plural. Um, when you got a man in your house, okay, trust me, ask my daughters. When there's a man in the house, there's not a lot of bullshit in the house. Um, whatever your daughters do, they're doing that shit on the sneak tip. They're not they're not rolling out of your house dressed like some streetwalker. If they're dressed like a streetwalker, that's because they done went on down to their girlfriend house and changed into that shit. They don't walk out of X's crib like a streetwalker. All right. I'm not driving down the road in my truck and see one of my granddaughters freaking hanging out on a corner with some of these Negroes. No, no. So we're talking about children who are not only misguided, all right, and not counseled. We're talking about children who are not parented, okay? These children are not being parented, because if these children were being parented, they wouldn't be sashaying around with these skimpy little outfits on and her black ass only 13. She wouldn't be walking out the house with 6-inch pumps on and hair down to her ass and, breast showing, ass showing. It would not go that way if they were being parented.
X, does it matter the type of masculinity a man carries in his household? Because I've seen instances where, if you're on those drill teams, that stuff generally costs like a lot of money.
Yes.
And so I've seen houses where it's been a two-parent household, but it seems like the father's in damn submission to the woman.
Well, he's a
Well,
simp.
if I
May I
hold on,
on
if
that?
I can chime in on that one too, yeah.
The father's in damn submission to the woman.
You're going
I'm
to
sorry.
have to mute little Big Nate.
He's a simp.
If
Yeah,
I
I'm
may
sorry,
jump
man.
in on that real quick, I'm sorry. I wanted to jump in before we got past the subject, but
Go
I
ahead.
wanted to iterate that's why I asked the question of, are we raising our children in environments to be children? For example, when I understand what you're saying about the majorettes, and that's why I said it's all about your environment, because in my school we had majorettes, but they were nowhere allowed to dress like that. All of our majorettes had pants. None of them were leotards. The only time I've ever saw our girls in leotards was during their gymnastics act. And even then they still had that underlining tights on. That's the only time I've ever seen our majorettes until I got into like almost like like college age. That's where you start seeing the leotards and the more skimpy. And in addition, even today, you have to ask the question of like the clothing. I went shopping for a friend's daughter and I could not believe the clothing that's just available to buy for children. Like her daughter's like 7. The shorts are shorter than what I would ever wear. It seems like a lot of companies are making crop top shirts. It is very difficult now to raise a little girl to be a little girl, especially when you're getting so much pushback from the world and the environments that you put them in.
Agreed. Well, we've been joined by my brother Big Nate is in the house. What's good with it, brother Big Nate?
What's up, Xavier? Ladies, gentlemen, how y'all doing?
What's going on, man?
Well, before you go, brother Big Nate, let me ask you, because you're the father of a daughter.
Yes, sir.
So am I.
Yeah, that's right. And I know, brother Big Nate, your daughter is an adult now, but you raised her and you saw her in her teenage years and going through puberty and all this sort kind of stuff.
Yes.
I mean, what's your take on the whole, well, these girls, they dress really promiscuous, they got everything hanging out and, they put themselves in a position, to be around grown men and grown men be hollering at them and they take a liking to that kind of stuff. And the next thing you know, they're in the car with the grown man, et cetera, et cetera. What's your whole take on that?
It's not having a father in the house. I know this is it's been said a million times, but men provide structure, discipline, just the threat of your father being angry. Moms, hey, I'm gonna tell your dad, I'm gonna tell your father. That usually was enough just to get shit straight. I had to put my hands on my son, he's 23, twice in his whole life. Literally 2 times. And that's including like when he was very, very small, never had to pop him on his behind, never had to pop his hand. I literally had to put my hands on my son twice. My daughter, probably about 7 or 8 times because she wouldn't want to listen. Rebellion, and not being honest. I'm not trying to attack women, but dishonesty is a huge problem when it comes to dealing with women.
Oh man, yes, that is true.
Oh my God, just the lying, just no problem with. And the crazy thing is, they lie like they've rehearsed it. Like the lie just rolls off the tongue, just like it's been rehearsed in the mirror for a few weeks, and keeping American women or Black women safe, especially the ABW, is almost impossible. How do you keep a woman safe who routinely says, "I'm not going to listen to anything a man has to say to me"? You got to let him. With my daughter, she left when she was 17. She went to go live with her mother. I had her since she was 2. I told her, I said, I will let this world rip you to pieces. And I'm not lying. Because we were talking about how we would handle the boyfriend thing. My daughter is very attractive. She gets hit on all the time. Like all but 5 football players asked her out during the course of her junior and senior year. All but 5. She even got into her first school fight behind that shit. This girl's boyfriend asked her out, and like she had something to do with him asking her out, and she had her first school fight and had to sit out for 3 days. But I told her, I said, if you don't follow my directives when it comes to the whole boyfriend thing, because we had talked about it, I'll fly out. You meet a young man that you're interested in, no problem. I'll fly out to your mama's house. This boy does not have to know I don't live there. And I'll sit down and have the conversation that I told her what I'm going to tell the boy. And it's not about not touching her and all that shit. No, it's literally the 4 things that'll get you killed if you do them to her. That's the conversation. I plan on telling the young man, look, whatever she allows you to do, y'all do. That's up to y'all. She's been taught the benefits of abstinence. And if you are going to engage in sex, the precautions you have to take, the main one being protecting your future. But I can't make you do anything. You're living with your mama now. And as far as I know, she's still at 20 years old. She still hasn't had a boyfriend, And when I ask her why, because I'm kind of pushing her to have her boyfriend, her first boyfriend or whatever, she's like, the things I see on social media have her scared where she doesn't even want to engage. It's crazy. But it's all about dads. This whole society is so diminished the importance of fathers and the role that a man plays in the equation that's family, man. Everything is backwards, especially with the ABW. Completely backwards.
Well, Lady Danielle said that she knows of young girls who do happen to have a father in the house and that they co-sign this shit too.
Well, that dad's a punk.
Stop. There it is. He's a
dad's
chump.
A loser.
Yeah,
Dad is probably scared to death of mom.
Yep.
And Lord knows we as Black men, I see it everywhere, dude. You let your woman become morbidly obese and you don't say nothing to it. This is in my family, dog. This is in my family. Women that are literally twice the size they were when the man met them, and the man doesn't say shit. He'll cheat, and this has happened in my family. He'll cheat, but he won't say, hey, you need to lose weight. What are you doing? I didn't sign up for this.
He's afraid.
Yeah, he is. And when it comes, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Nah, go ahead, because we're going to go to Perfect Black after this. Go ahead, you got it.
Yeah, when it comes to the whole R. Kelly thing, I think this situation where Black women will still go to his concerts and still pay money for his music and all this, moms bringing their daughters to do music with him, knowing his history. This is what happens when you worship Black women. If you worship them, if you write songs about your mama, if you don't correct them, if you tell them they're perfect and, I think I can fly and all that shit, they will let you get away with everything. All you got to do is tell them that they're perfect. That's it.
Brother Perfect Black.
Yeah, man. I kind of piggyback off of what he said and what to answer her question, directly. No, we're not raising children in this conversation, girls, to be children. We're not raising them that way. But I would say that that's That's what in by and large, this is what feminists ask for. This is one of the outgrowths. So this is one of the negative effects of it. You know, when we have, and I say we in general, when society has reduced the importance of fathers and have basically told children, especially girls, that their fathers can't tell them anything what to do. And this is what you have. You have where the community is being ran in a gynocratic situation where this is what you get. And so when you have that type of reality, none of us can be surprised. Now, look, I know a lot of people here in Chicago. My oldest, she's 9 years old. Even though I'm not the custodial parent, there is nothing in the world that she can do that won't get back to me. I know way too many people in this city. It'll find its way back to me, and she knows that she has to come and see me at some point. She knows she sees me a lot, that she spends a lot of time with me, and there will be consequences. There will be some her actions will cause a lot of consequences and reverberations. She knows it. She knows it. But I've paid a lot of money, I've spent a lot of time, a lot of heartache to even get it to that, and she is still rebelling against it. Right to this day, she's rebelling against it. Her mother told me that I have no right to tell her what to wear. Hence the reason why when she comes over here, she only wears what I have for over here. But this is what we get. So, but when you have that type of reality, and when you have these girls exploiting their own self, they don't even. I give, and again, I have to say this too. There are levels to this, right? I'm not the guys that are like the R.Kellys or anybody, these men who are knowingly sleeping with these, messing with these girls who they know full well are teenagers. They deserve everything that they get. I don't defend them. I don't defend any of this.
I agree.
My argument is on the other side of this, because I've seen personally, I've seen people that I have known get into a lot of trouble because of what, this type of thing runs in the area of law called strict liability. For example, if you run a stoplight or whatnot, you won't get a ticket. You are automatically guilty of it, and you are deemed to have to pay for it. There are ways for you to, go and protest and all that, but in the meantime, you got to pay. So you are guilty regardless. If you do it, you're guilty regardless. And that's what this falls upon. You sleep with an underage girl, whether you knew it or not, even the circumstances, even if you had no reason to know that she was underage, you're still going to go to jail. And see, for me, that's the point where I kind of come in and like, wait a minute, we have to really kind of think about this. Because if we're living in a time now where men can't be fathers for one reason or another, or it's hard for them to be fathers, and their children, their girl child, are telling them in so many ways that you can't tell me what to do. You can't tell me what to wear. And their mothers are condoning this mess, right? How could she not have some measure of responsibility when she goes out there and get pregnant by some asshole? Because again, that man may go to jail, but now she's stuck with that baby. That's the ultimate responsibility right there. So, they say come with power comes responsibility. Well, with this independence comes responsibility. So you can't have it both ways. You can't say, well, you can't treat them like damsels in distress when they have no interest at all in being a damsel in distress at all. We can't attach a vulnerability to a person who don't want to be vulnerable.
And the crazy thing is, having a child with a man is literally the most profound thing a woman can do. I don't care how many degrees you have. I don't care how big the business you built is. There is nothing that will affect society more than the child you produce. And we have entire industries now that have been built around women not knowing who the father of their child is. This is insanity. You're going to go through the pain of death, which is what childbirth is, from what I understand. The pain of death for a guy you swiped right on Tinder with. Are you fucking kidding me? And these women don't even know the father of their children is. Go look at Miss Celine Love's Paternity Court. I introduced her to it. Go watch Paternity Court. If you're not subscribed, I dare you to watch it.
Me and my wife, we watch that together, and we watch it. You know, she's from South Africa, and she watches that with her and I. We DVR. She did what she DVRs and make me watch it. It is so funny.
It's insane.
It's like, I can't believe this.
Well, if I could,
and the mothers are condoning a lot of this stuff. You know, the sickening thing is with that show is one of the things I don't like is how the judge, even in this type of show, the judge very rarely holds the woman accountable. Very rarely holds when the woman is clearly a Babylonian slut.
And what's crazy is
to account for, she gets all the sympathy in the world.
What's crazy? I'll say this, and then we can go to SKC if Xavier wants. But what's crazy is they'll bring on people where the quote unquote child is 30 years old, like old paternity cases. Now, new paternity cases where the child's like 1 to 5, 1 to 8, I'd say there's probably between 30 and 40% you are not the father. But for these older cases, it's like 80% you are not the father. 80%. These women and this is not a new phenomenon. This is not a new phenomenon. These women been sleeping with dozens of niggas. It's insane, dog.
Well, Nate, that's why I advocate for paternal tests upon birth.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, me too. Are we going to go?
I actually advocate for paternal tests upon birth. That should be something that's done mandatory.
And when it comes to that cheerleading team, that's a prime example of what I was talking about. Trust me when I tell you, my daughter would never be on no cheerleading team like that.
Yeah, screw all that nonsense. Hold on a second. I want to go to my man, Brother Supreme, because I want to ask the two ladies on the panel something after this. Go ahead, Brother Supreme.
Yeah, I just want. I know that you know, the whole thing with feminism and the breakdown of the family household. Those things definitely play a role in it. But I also wanted just to insert that I don't think you could throw off the celebration of pimp player culture in the community, and then also taking note that a lot of these young girls are actually seeking something that they've never had, a loving father.
Yeah. I think
I don't agree with none of that at all. I agree.
Yeah, I think there's some truth to that. You know, notwithstanding, you know, the guys who kind of co-sign this shit and they're ran by their freaking wives and they let the damn teenage girl dress however she wants. Yeah, I think there's some truth to that where, you know, you have this older guy, you know, mom don't got no man, or she got a man that ain't worth the shit. So this girl doesn't really have a father. So I guess they kind of seek that, you know, they kind of seek that whole fatherly figure thing. I know there's something to that, but I want to ask the ladies, Lady Q and Lady Danielle, do you ladies think that we are well, I know we're blinded and we deny a lot of this stuff because we deny it inside the house, but do you ladies think that this stuff goes on all the time? Is this something that's prolific? Is this something prolific? And this is actually a two-tiered question. Is this something prolific? And were you ladies into older guys? Like, did you entertain the advances of older guys when you were teenagers? I mean,
Well, I'll go first. I think that it has always happened, but like I said, I had a mom and a grandma. I had a grandfather and a stepfather. Um, my mom would always kind of have me in the mind that you would get worms from dealing with older guys. So, and they would come on to me, but it was like I always wanted to deal with somebody within my age group because I felt like older guys would be like way too mature for me. and my mom kind of had me. She told me I was green, and I believed her, and I was green. So she was like, you dealing with an older guy, they gonna give you worms. You don't want to deal with nobody gonna give you worms and ill. So my mom made it a point to kind of plant those kind of seeds in my head. So it wasn't a thing. The oldest guy I dated, I was 16 and my boyfriend was 19, but we met in high school. So yeah.
Yeah, I heard the whole worm thing too, and I always wondered what kind of worms were they? Earthworms,
I
caterpillars, night crawlers, bloodworms. Like what kind of worms exactly? Tapeworms, roundworms. Like what worms exactly would an older guy?
I think she was talking about. I was never sure about that either, but I thought about that too. It's like, well, ew, slimy.
Lady Queen Q, same question.
I will say that I wholeheartedly believe that it is something prolific in our community. And for me, due to my own trauma, I was always turned off by older men. Even to this day, if I have an older gentleman walk up to me and and I know it's probably me, but anytime any older gentleman kind of walks up to me and says something like, "Oh, you look very beautiful," and da 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 da, I low key get like creepy chills. But that's just me and my trauma.
So let me ask you ladies a follow-up question. Do you think that obviously, with some of these girls it's bad parenting. I mean, we pretty much agree on that. But do you think that society made all of this possible? Did society not just create the young teenage girls? Did society create the R. Kelly archetypes?
Absolutely. Like I said, R. Kelly should have been stopped when he got with Aaliyah. He should have been stopped then, but we let that happen. Then the sex tape came out. People batted an eye for a second, and as quickly as they batted an eye, as quickly as he can go and still sell out a show. And it was mostly black women in attendance. Not to say that there weren't some black male groupies there, but it was mostly black women in attendance. So I think we are all complicit to a certain degree. If we are still streaming his music, if we still watch a video, if we're dealing with platforms that still stream his music, when we give him we create these things. So I think we're responsible.
Wasn't R. Kelly molested?
Well, you took the words right out of my mouth.
Yes.
So he wasn't just created.
Molested.
Yes, he was by an older sister, I believe.
Yeah,
Yes,
he was molested. So can we please hold the people accountable that did that to him?
Oh yeah,
You know
absolutely.
what, Miss Nate? This
Yes,
is the crazy thing.
And I think that goes to what FTC was talking about, culture.
Well, hold on. If I may, I understand that he was molested, but at some point we gotta say your past trauma doesn't give you the right to inflict it on someone else. We can have compassion and understanding, but also not allow that to be a scapegoat to say, well, he had faced it too, so he's just I think
But
that
you
at
know
some
what?
point you have to draw the
But you
line in
know
the
what,
sand.
Queen? You know what, Queen Q? I tried to have this conversation with some ladies, and everybody was so pissy and so upset. Well, these women are being made victims, and they were talking about women, and I'm like, okay, well, you've had people who've done these things to somebody else, and we don't take into account as to what type of cycles these start, especially if these things have gone unchecked.
Exactly. And that's why I
Yeah,
advocate so much for therapy. I
yeah.
advocate heavily for therapy. And when they asked about this, I'm so sorry, Prophet of Thought, when you asked and you said, do we as a society, can you repeat the question and word it the way that you said it so that way I can answer it, please?
Yeah. I said, can we blame society not only for how the teenage girls are, but also the R. Kelly archetype? Because see, the only reason
Yes.
why we're talking about this is because he's R. Kelly, but he's representative of a swath of the
Individuals.
population.
Yes.
But go ahead.
And to that, I do say yes. And the reason why I say yes is because here within our community, we have a bad habit of brushing things under the rug, even though the evidence is clear as day. Not every child has to come to you and tell you, hey, this person's touching me. But you can definitely tell when a child's been touched. And I think that we as Black people have had stigmatized therapy so bad to a point we think that it's some, I've heard people say it's white people shit.
Mm-hmm.
And the reality is that if you catch things like this early on, it makes a hell of a difference in how a person and a child is shaped after it happens. Like, think about what would have happened if when he came out and he told, because I believe he told his mother what was going on and she brushed him off.
Mm-hmm.
Think about what would have happened if he would have told his mother and his mother would have said, I am so sorry this has happened to you. And we are going to get you the help that you need. And we are going to hold this person accountable. And he would have saw people come together and hold that person accountable. And he would have got the therapy that he needed.
But he went through this and then still makes songs worshiping his mama. What does that tell you?
Well,
but because here's the thing though, his mother wasn't the one touching him. Yes.
No, you said
but she,
but you said
she allowed it.
Yeah, you said
she
you
allowed
believe
it,
he
yes.
told her.
Yes.
And
she
she
allowed
probably
it.
didn't do anything.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
I get that, but that does not necessarily mean, I get what you're saying. As adults, I get what you're saying. But for a child at that time and processing things like that, mother is God in the eyes of a child in some cases.
Can I ask?
And that's
That's
something that we have to deal with, because to be honest, I was a child in that situation. I was that child that got touched. I was actually touched and molested by my stepfather. And my thing was, I never told my mom, but I always felt like she knew something was going on. And even to this day, even though I've come out, I've reported it, I've told my family, finally, after years of what happened as a child, I didn't know how to process that. And when I talked to my other friends, some of them confided that, hey, that happened to them. So you go around thinking it's normal. So there's no telling who he talked to, or if this person did it to other members of his family and they made it seem like it's normal, because that was my case. So you never, and that's what I'm saying. There's a lot.
Chicken. It's a what came first, the chicken or the egg situation, and a lot of times, especially in Black society, because the parent, they get touched, the kid get touched, and then they touch people, and it's like this endless cycle. And you know, I hate to use an old cliche trope, but you know, hurt people. So
yes.
you know, the fact that he was molested as a child and his mother did nothing about it, I have to go right back to old mama again, because she played a part in how he turned out. She played a part because she allowed what was going on with him. She allowed it. She brushed it off. She acted like it was nothing, like it wasn't happening. Probably denied it. Full-throated denied it. Why? You know why she probably did? Because it probably happened to her too.
But Brother Xavier, when are Black women going to become attracted to the kind of men that want to be fathers? Everything about the modern Black woman sets her at variance with those types of guys. They're lame, they're corny, they're gay. Every type of insult you can aim at a responsible, dependable man, especially when they're young and beautiful. Black women have all the worst things to say about them.
Well, hold on, Nate, because in the eyes of society, my stepfather was that. If I wouldn't have told you what he did to me, he would be that guy. He was dependable.
Okay.
He took care of the family. He paid the bills. My mother he married my mother. They had kids. But I'm guessing because I was the outside child, he didn't see me as his.
Well, let me, if I could respond. All that would have been solved, and I'm not saying anything disparaging about your mom, but all that would have been solved by your mom and your biological father being together till death do them part, which is the biggest problem, because biological fathers very rarely violate their children sexually.
Yeah,
All these stories Absolutely. All these stories of molestation and grape come from guys that are brought into the household after the biological father is not in the picture.
Yeah.
And
The
all that
overwhelming
will be
majority.
solved by Black women being attracted to the proper types of men and having first a marriage with them, and then secondly having their families. And until Black women do that, there's nothing we can do to help, quote unquote, protect them.
Well,
I
let me answer your question. Then we'll jump over to Brother Supreme. The reason why this is that way, and I know people are not going to like this, but I don't give a shit because this is my channel. Abuse is attractive. But go ahead, Brother Supreme. You got it.
Yeah, I was just saying, I think that at this point, and I was joking, I say that community, but the community has been socialized to desire what's bad. It is what it is, so I think that answers your question, Nate. And I say that for men and women.
Yeah, abuse is attractive. Abuse is attractive, man.
But there was a question I had. I'm not saying that it doesn't exist. I'm really asking you all to help me to put it into my mind. It's been a long day. I've been working a lot, and I just can't think of it. But like, what is the counterpart of an R. Kelly in other societies in the United States? Like a guy that reached superstardom that was celebrated and protected for the better part of over 20 years, when people back in the 90s knew exactly what he was doing.
Well, you have Elvis Presley.
I can answer that also. Jeffrey Epstein, he was a procurer of children.
Yep.
He actually provided.
Yeah, but I'm talking about a community that, not like some elite, super rich people protecting some guy. I'm talking about the literal, normal, everyday people.
The Catholic Church.
Yeah.
Well, okay. So in my case, remember how I said earlier, I had the gentleman that rode up next to me who said when I was coming home from the bus stop, he told me he could turn me into a woman. That gentleman was known in the community for riding around and trying to pick up girls. And the men in that community would just brush him off. They would see him and they would joke and be like, "Oh, look, he pulling up on another one. He pulling up. She shot him down. She shot him down. Ha 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 ha." That's literally what I would hear them say as I walked by.
That's a community without fathers.
Yeah, placing bets on whether or not he can get you in the car or not.
Yeah, I have to see that example. That example right there. That brings me back to, I'm sorry, to a society that has so reduced the importance of fathers that this is what you get.
Yeah, we're seeing other repercussions of feminism for the last 40 years.
Yeah, we're seeing a bunch of bullshit, man. Shout out though to Cool Kamasi with the $5 super chat. He says, Xavier, Nate, SKC, Perfect Black, and the ladies, good evening to all. Now with R. Kelly guilty, what is everyone's thought on the upcoming Bambaataa trial with the boys? And you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned on this platform. I feel the same way. I don't have any lesser of anger and animus towards people who molest young boys. I think the same thing should happen to him. He should be drawn, hung, quartered, and shot right along with the rest of them. That's what I think. Because see, I'm very familiar with the Bambaataa case because I had Hassan Campbell on my show a while back.
Oh wow, I didn't know that. Wow.
Oh, absolutely. This is the T.P.O.T.
I'm sorry.
Only from T.P.O.T. Open your minds. This is the T.P.O.T. YouTube page, brother Nate. This is the T.P.O.T. YouTube
I'm
page.
sorry, man. I forgot.
But I had brother Hassan Campbell on my show a while back. It's been years, at least 3 years. Y'all can go through my archives and see it. And he spoke about it in depth, in graphic terms. So yes, Bambaataa should be hung, drawn, and quartered.
Absolutely.
Right with
Death
the rest
penalty.
of them.
But
Right with the rest of them.
you know, also moms need to be hung and quartered.
Oh, them too.
I'm sorry.
These old mamas.
Jason,
Them too.
what's his name? Jason Pope or DJ Kid. 2 of those 13-year-old girls, you know, he slept with hundreds and hundreds of black women, but a couple of instances, and it's of course with baby mama number 5 and those other women. That's all they focused on, not the hundreds and hundreds of black grown women who were sleeping with him, just a couple of children. But one of the girls is reported to have been brought there by her mother to have sex with him for concert tickets.
Mm-hmm.
You
There you
cannot
go.
make this up.
Mm-hmm.
You can't make this up.
Well, there's rumors, and shout out to Lady Celine with the 499. She said, now it seems like promiscuity is praised and the good girls in school get passed up because our society has become about self-gratification. This is true. And you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. But what you're saying is absolutely right. We act like this shit is normal, man. All right? I mean, we act like this shit is normal because it happens so much. You know, you heard the ladies talk about how, you know, guys would see other older men trying to pick up little girls and just laugh at it like it was nothing. Like this is just a part of what goes on inside the society. This is just a part of it. I mean, I've had many of people come on this very show, and talk about how their mothers not only allowed it, turned a blind eye to it, but some of these mothers were the catalyst to this type of crap. And there's some reports saying that some of these young girls were served up to R.KELLY by their mothers. Now, I don't know how true that is, but
with his history, Xavier, how are you bringing your daughter? And one of the 2 girls that were with him a few years ago, those 2 like early 20s girls, one of them has a mom and a dad, and they served her up to him for the promise of producing her and turning her into a star.
Yeah.
How the
Yes, Nate.
did somebody do that?
Yeah, here, take my daughter.
Yeah, here you go.
I tell you how. So they can be the next star, and that is an acceptable price to pay.
Man,
and it comes back to what I said about trading in for
that's the
trading
brass
in.
tacks. There's nobody want to say anything of that. That's the reason why a lot of these parents serve their little girls up to R. Kelly and the like because he has access to stardom, and that is an acceptable price to pay.
Well, in response, real quick, to Called to Truth, Madam, she says, whoever controls the media controls the narratives. They love making us look like animals. Madam, we make ourselves look like animals. I'm sorry. It's that attitude that has us in the position that we're in. No smoke. I'm not trying to attack you, but it's the lack of accountability that has things so absolutely horrible. They could not take things and make us look horrible if we did not provide them with the ammunition. Period.
I agree to that, Nate, fully, 100%.
And you know, I don't necessarily disagree with what she's saying, but what you're saying, Big Nate, you're absolutely right. We are giving them the ammunition to do what a lot of men and media already want to do. You're making it easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she's combative. Speak for yourself, and that's classic ABW. Classic. What does your husband think, madam? Tell me that. Go ahead.
I
Well,
will agree, Nate, that is something that we have a bad habit of doing. We have a bad habit of trying to say, well, the media.
As long as you can blame it on the white man, that's what we want to do.
I've said this multiple times because, like, even when you hear brothers complain about like racism and they go to court, they're like, oh yeah, they gave Charlie over there 20 years for breaking in the liquor store, and I'm like, but he broke into the liquor store.
Exactly.
What did you think was going to happen? Like, you put yourself. It's not like they wrote up on Charlie.
And
Charlie
free, no, we got to
walking
free
home.
Charlie, Queen Q. We got to free him.
No, let Charlie stay where Charlie is.
No,
and
we
then
gotta free Charlie.
people feel some type of way when the media tries to paint Charlie as the bad guy when Charlie is indeed the bad guy. I'm like, we have to take accountability, because the reality is this, and I know it's gonna come off across weird saying this, but when the gentleman asked what's the difference between Bill Cosby and R. Kelly, the difference was Bill Cosby molested women of other ethnicities. Black women, there's no care. That's why R. Kelly was able to get away with it for as long as he did. That's the reality. If Bill Cosby would have did what he did to black women, I can guarantee you there would probably not be that type of outrage, because black girls are sexualized from a young age. She's fast. She's this. She's that. In addition to combination of what Nate and them said, you have no father in the home. You have some of these mothers and fathers who are pimping out their daughters, because one of the young ladies, when I looked into the case, both her mother and father got to know
exactly
R.
what
Kelly.
I said. Yeah.
Wow.
They got to
Mom
know
and
R.
dad
Kelly.
took her over there.
Yes, I think her name, I wrote her name down. It was like Geronda Page. And then the crazy thing was, she met him because she was at his 2008 trial. She was one of the girls outside, one of his fans, championing against him going to jail. And her parents.
And how old was she at the time?
She was, hold on, I wrote it down. I believe she was 17 at the, no, she was 15 at the time.
15 years old.
Let me ask the ladies this. What do you ladies think will prevent this stuff? And I'm not just talking about, the groupie R. Kelly thing and all this kind of crap. What do you think prevents these girls from finding themselves involved with an R. Kelly type, not necessarily just him, but a type?
So
what stops this?
I'm gonna be honest. The thing that helped me the most was education. My grandmother, much like Nate told his daughter, laid out the good, the bad, and the knowledge. My grandmother straight up said to me one day, she was like, look, Cleanna, I know that you're coming of age, and I know that you're gonna go out and you're gonna have sex whether I want you to or not. If you want to do it, you're gonna find a way to do it. But she was like, but I want to arm you with the tools and the proper education. Exactly. My grandmother, when I grew up, actually worked with me in becoming a woman, if that makes sense. I stopped living with my mother because of the incidents that happened with my stepfather. Oh, wow. But when I went and I honestly lost my femininity because of that. But I was so afraid to like dress girly and things like that. But when I went to my grandmother was the type of grandmother that was like, no pants. You're a young woman. You're going to wear skirts. You're going to wear the little pumps. You're going to do this. Grandma, boy. So in a way, she taught me how to be like, I would notice that I would always wear longer skirts than the girls. I would always dress differently. When I dressed up and I went out, I dressed considerably different than the other girls. Even to this day, I still carry that with me. And the number one thing that I get from younger girls when they see me is, how is it that you're fully dressed and you're really pretty? And I'm like, because it's your confidence. And I think that that's the one thing that young girls are missing, is the guidance to say, there's ways that you can dress that you will snatch more eyes than the girl that's dressed half naked.
And also, the girl that's half naked is in a group of 100 girls that are half naked. If you're dressed and classy and you have decorum and deportment, you're going to stand out like a sore thumb. And then all those black women who claim there's no good black men out there, you'll see all these quote unquote good black men trying to get at you. Now, do you know how to pick the good from the bad? That's the question. Because a lot of ABWs just simply do not.
Hey Nate,
Yes,
I gotta head out, but and I know Ramil will
Yeah.
come in. He'll rock
Yeah.
the house.
I'll
But
send you the link. And after this, we're gonna go to my brother Perfect Black. My Chi-Town brother want to get in here. So go ahead, Brother Supreme.
but Nate, the two girls, Perfect Black, is the community past the pale? I mean, is it at critical mass at this point?
Well, I'll go first.
When you have a person like when you have a person like an R. Kelly who was protected not by young girls, but by people who are within your own age range. I'm just asking, is the community beyond the pale?
Well, I've said repeatedly from my channel that we need to separate. My desire, and I've said this a million times from my panel, I want fewer ruined Black women. I've said that a bunch of times. I've had to go at it with guys about this. I want fewer ruined women, period. But because so many Black women are ruined, I really want fewer ruined Black women. And the only way that's going to happen is if they come under proper men's leadership. Black women, listening to 95% of Black women, they're going to lead you down the same road they're on, because the last thing they want to see you is happy and in a marriage with children and a beautiful home. It would kill them to see that. I think it's time to separate. That's just my answer. Separation.
Yep. Brother Perfect Black, what you got on it? And we've been joined by Brother Ramil Amir is in the house. What's good with it, Brother Ramil?
What's going on, man? Thanks for having me, man. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Perfect Black. You got it.
Hey, what's going on, Ramil? Well, to answer a couple questions here, but to answer SKC's first, see, for me, I would probably disagree, because I know you say let the community burn, and I do understand where it comes from, because I think there's a large portion of the Black community that absolutely that do need to end. That need to do that does need to burn down. But I would have to say no, it's not. But I say that with a lot of hope. And the reason why I say that with a lot of hope, because so long as the Black community can still continue to produce Black males, there is some semblance of hope. I wouldn't do what I do within the community if I felt that that the community would just beyond the pale, is that they couldn't be saved or anything like that. So for me, and it may be romantic or whatnot, because especially how given how I feel about Black American women and how I feel they need to be replaced. But I still believe that there is some hope, because the Black community continues to still produce Black men, and so long as Black males are being produced, then we do have a shot at reclaiming and repairing the Black community. That's just my personal opinion. But that may be me looking at it from a romantic set of glasses.
Ladies?
To answer X's first question, I kind of had a similar background to Queen Q. I had a grandmother that was on my ass like white on rice, and like she was there, and she was drilling it in my head. As soon as I started my cycle, it was like, you can get pregnant now. If you get pregnant, I'm not taking care of any kids. You stuck. If you get pregnant, that's it.
Responsibility.
Yeah, and she was really, really serious about it, to a point where it scared me. I ended up living back with my mom when I was about 13, and my mother would really talk to me like she would talk to somebody out in the street, quote unquote, to let me know what was really going on. And it was a term that I've used it on Ramil's show. My mother tried to prepare me for dick. and what Dick could do and how dangerous Dick could be if I played Russian roulette with myself, how dangerous that would be for me and what consequences I would have behind that. She was, I'm not babysitting. If you have a baby, you're gonna be taking care of your baby. You have to get a job. You have to do what you got to do. So I didn't get pregnant until I was 32 years old. To answer SKC's question, I think it's been a wrap. You do have to get with like-minded individuals who really want something out of life, who want better things for themselves. If you are trying to bring somebody up, and I get it to a certain degree, but everybody that had to fight to pull themselves up by the bootstraps. If you fighting hard enough, help will come. But going back to save and trying to save this, that, and the third, I would say get to the children first. Talking to our kids is very, very important, and really, really getting down to the nitty gritty, because a lot of us tend to gloss over stuff. I know a lot of people who won't even have the sex talk with their kids, let alone their daughters. And you really have to get down to the nitty gritty, and you have to stay consistent in doing that. So I've been saying burn the community down. I think it's been a wrap. And I hate to say it, but get with like-minded people, and hopefully everybody will flourish within that.
Yeah. Learning sexuality from Meg Thee Stallion and Nicki Minaj just ain't cutting it. Yeah, that ain't.
I can't believe I can't believe I heard what I just heard. Did I just hear Sister Joy say burn it down?
Did she just say let it burn?
I
But
want to have hope so bad. Like, I want to have hope so bad, but I can't ignore what I'm seeing in front of me. And
yes, hold on a second. Yes, Lady Q, you drop. Your devices are not connected, it's saying right now. So you might have to jump down and jump back on. I'm gonna let you get in because I want Perfect Black to address this on the board here, but I want to get Brother Ramil in here. Brother Ramil, man, you got it, man. Welcome to the spot. What's good with it?
It was going on. I was kind of late. I was had an interview with Dr. Thunder. But I don't know where I just came in, so I don't know exactly what's going on. But first of all, I don't think R.Kelly did anything wrong. All right.
You don't think he did nothing wrong?
No. He was convicted by the documentary and social media. R&B superstar does not have to kidnap any woman to have around. He don't have to. Look at this footage. Any concert he does, he has females trying to grab his dick. These documentaries and the media then got everybody's head messed up. He got convicted for being a black man who was successful and had control of women. I don't think he did anything wrong. And I think
even with the 15-year-olds and 16-year-olds, you don't have a problem with that either.
Their parents gave them to him. So
oh yeah, I agree.
So check this out. So in the United States of America, if the parents consent to their teenagers, i.e., marrying an adult, they can do that. They got white men married to 12-year-olds in this country because their parents let them do that. So if the parents consent and their parents is passing them off, even legally, like with the Aaliyah situation, her parents was cool with that. In this country, your parents can literally grant you a 16-year-old girl to get married to a grown man. That can happen. So
wasn't the girl he peed on 14 though?
Yeah.
What girl?
I think in the video. Back in the late 90s.
Talking about the KCB?
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
but even though it's on video.
He did beat that case.
He beat it, but it's on video, though.
Hey, first of all, she ain't show up to court, and her parents were cool with it. That's what I'm saying.
I know. It's disgusting.
So I agree. But the thing is, if the parents is passing them off, and then I ain't got no problem with it. All right. And then on top of that, once again, these grown women on top of that trying to get a piece of this victimhood too. No, man, get out of here, man. They knew what they was doing, man. I'm not with it. I'm on the free R.Kelly game, man.
Yeah, well, me, I don't give a shit about the grown folks. Whatever he did with the grown folks, shut the fuck up. You grown, you's there.
That's what he's convicted for. He's convicted for the grown women right now.
No, not all of them. If I may interject real quick, the women that were on the documentary, only one of them was his accusers. So I actually wrote down the information because I had a feeling somebody would come up and not know the actual
That's why he's convicted, though, because of the documentary.
No, hold on. The only one woman from the documentary filed against him. He had 11 other accusers, 9 females and 2 males that came forward.
But the reason, once again, public
They
opinion.
were not.
So are you telling me public opinion didn't have anything to do with him being convicted?
No, I'm saying it didn't.
Well, then we're going to disagree on that. That's just going to be like that.
So, and 2, most of the things he was convicted of was charges of racketeering and bribery and sexual exploitation. They weren't really for the molestation charges that you speak of.
What's the Mann Act?
The Mann Act was because of the 27-year-old woman that he transported across state lines. And once he got her there, she claimed and that he locked her in a room.
Exactly. If you think R. Kelly got to lock somebody in the room to have sex, I'm not with it, man. I'm not with it.
Yeah, I'm
27-year-old talking, oh, he traveled to lock me in a room. You're a grown woman. Get the fuck
well,
out of here.
In actuality, when I read her story, she was saying that she went out there for an interview. He told her he wanted to meet for an interview. And then when they went into the room, they told her to wait and they locked the door from the outside. She was actually stuck in there for 7 days.
Right. I don't believe it.
They have to have some type of evidence that holds up in court.
Yeah, her word was the evidence. Her word was the evidence. They didn't have no video.
Ramil, we really don't know because the information
put out. Thank you.
Hold on, wait. But absence of evidence is not evidence of absence.
It goes both ways.
Until they put, and that's what I'm saying. So we can't make speculations. We have to go off of what the case is and go.
They went off her word. They went off her word.
Evidence of what the court has been allowed to release.
What evidence do you have that she was locked in a room?
The evidence that was obviously shown in court to where the...
What evidence?
We don't know.
Thank you.
So then if we're going to make assumptions, that's what I'm saying. You're making assumptions.
You're making an assumption.
Right,
she's telling the truth. You're making an assumption.
I'm not making assumptions. She's telling the truth. But what I am saying is that if it's prevalent enough to hold up in court, it has to be something.
Bill Cosby, was that prevalent to hold up in court? He free. That don't mean the court was.
And do you know? Hold on, wait. Do you know why he's free?
He's free because the prosecutor lied and did an illegal move. He was kidnapped illegally.
No, he was not kidnapped. What happened was he got charged twice for the same thing. When he settled in court, he signed I forgot the exact legal term.
The prosecutor lied. They said, sign this and we won't prosecute you. And they went back on their word. That means they kidnapped him. When they arrested him and went back on their word, they kidnapped him. That's why the Supreme Court said we must restore Bill Cosby to where he was before he got locked up. That was a illegal kidnapping.
Yes, but if that sheet would not have come out, they had sufficient evidence to prove what he did. That's what I'm saying.
No, they didn't. Did you read the opinion? They talked about the inconsistencies in the testimony in the Supreme Court opinion.
Did you get the subpoena file? Because it's now legal for people to read, and you can see all the evidence that has come forward, which is what I'm waiting for the R. Kelly thing. It's under wraps right now. Nobody can appeal for the information for the next 5 years. So hopefully within the next 5 years, we can really know what came to light, and we can subpoena for the information.
You can get. It's called the Freedom of Information Act. Okay.
And we won't be able to get it for the next 5 years.
So they're going to wait 5 years before they let anybody file a FOIA on it to request it.
What is that? Yes. I never heard of that before.
Yes, because it's still a high case and he hasn't been sentenced. Usually you have to, depending on how high profile the case is, sometimes they make it available before 5 years and sometimes you do have to wait.
What law is that they say you got to wait 5 years to get a Freedom of Information Act filing?
Because it's a court case. This isn't an informational case like you just go and ask for regular information. This is a court filing.
Where does it say you have to wait 5 years?
In the state of New York, where he was convicted, you have to wait 5 years because he has the chance to appeal. And that's where public opinion and doubt can truly come in. So they say they don't put the information out for 5 years because within that 5 years, he has time to appeal.
I'm saying, do you know the exact rule that is?
No, I can't pull it. I can't pull it up on my phone right now because I'm on my phone on StreamYard.
I never heard of that, but yeah.
Well, I want to let brother Perfect Black address this because this comment was made to him. It's from Lady Call to Truth, and I appreciate you, Lady George, for coming through. I know you gotta go, so I appreciate it. Lady Call the Truth said, whoever said that the American black woman needs to be replaced is a devil. The Most High Yah made the black woman for the black man. If you reject what the Most High created, that's on you. Brother Perfect Black, you got it.
Okay. What I'm about to say, I've said this before, and I will continue to say it. I don't think Miss Queen Q has heard this, so you might want to cover your ears. And I don't mean any disrespect. But first and foremost, I haven't rejected anything that God has given me. My wife is black. She's not American. She's not Black American, but she's a whole black woman. Okay. Now, in terms of what I said about Black American women, for need to be replaced in terms of rebuilding the community. I mean that. Black American women. Okay. Now I'm 46, so I'm a Gen Xer, right? Black American women. I have watched Black American women my entire life render themselves completely and wholly undateable, not marriage material, don't want to be dateable or marriage material or agreeable or anything. And you can forget about being submissive and anything like that being in the home. I'm 46 years old, and to this day, I've only met one woman, that's my current wife, who can outcook and outclean me. And that is saying some terrible things about the state of Black womanhood in Black America. Okay. I love the Black community. I do a lot of work within the Black community. I got calluses on my hands, and I can show it and I can prove it. But I can tell you right now, the community, no matter how much, it can be 100 men like myself, but we're not going to build the community if we have the proper women that we have to pick from in order to have children from. So yes, I actively advise Black men of any good means to don't leave the community, but find you a Black woman of another culture and bring her back and have as many children as you can so we can rebuild this thing. Because the proper women that a lot of the young men that I mentor and I counsel, they have a hard time finding women who will be just goddamn agreeable.
So it should
they can't even be finding that's going to be agreeable because they have been conditioned out of their own femininity. They've been conditioned out of it. So I tell them, don't even waste your time. Don't waste, 15, 20 years of your life in and out of relationships and marriages with baby mamas and all of that, trying to dig through and find a needle in a haystack. Do some of them exist? Yes, but don't waste your time. Go find you a Black woman of another culture, bring her back and have as many babies as you can. And if you have any sons, you convince them to do the same goddamn thing too. Because Black American women, again, they have not presented themselves to be anything that would be anything close to be marriage material.
Wow. Well, shout out to Brother Big J Triple X, and I'm going to let Brother Ramil address this. He said Ramil is still wrong. Warren Jeffs of the FDS was sentenced for having relations with his minor wife in 2015. Stop it. When you drop coins, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. I appreciate that, Brother Big J. Brother Ramil, you have been summoned. You got it.
So first of all, Warren Jeffs ran a cult. He was messing with plenty of underage girls, just all willy-nilly. All right, so let's get the facts straight. Second, in this country, I'm saying there are plenty of white men legally married to underage girls because their parents passed them over. Their parents signed them over. That's all I'm saying. I'm not condoning it. I'm not rocking with it. I'm just saying that's what's going on in 2021. All right. Warren Jeffs had a cult. All right. And he was having relationships with a lot of different underage girls. So that's not the same as being married in the regular union that the parents have co-signed. So I mean, I don't want. I mean, you know, he dropped the bread. I'm gonna ask him, but you know, Big J, you know, I'm not even gonna.
Oh, I see a lady called to truth is saying to group all black men, all black American women together is just ludicrous, just like it's ludicrous to group all black American men together. Lady, called to truth, you can come up here because there is another spot open for another lady if
And
you
can
want to
I
come up
address
here.
that?
And
And
if I may
Vision?
address it too.
Okay.
The reality is that what he's saying is very much true. We do have a lot of black women who are out of pocket. And this is coming from a married black woman who herself has to interact with these women when I work. Because I own my own business. And sometimes, I'm gonna be honest, I understand where you're coming from a lot of the time. Like listening to women talk, you will hear women champion single motherhood over marriage. They're willing to lay down and have babies, but they're not willing to strive to get the ring or get the commitment.
Facts.
So
Yeah.
I understand completely where he's coming from. That's not to say I understand where he's coming from. And it's about context. If you know the shoe doesn't fit you, don't let it roll off like water. That's why I wasn't offended when you said cover your ears. I'm like, I already know what you're about to say because I already agree with the notion. There's a lot of damaged black women. There's a possibility that I could have been one with the shit that I went through.
Mm-hmm.
And
But that's why I always said the bigger thing is therapy. There needs to be therapy, and there has to be a point when you say, when is the cycle going to end with me? I'm aware of it. It makes no sense to sit here and say that you're aware of it. You know the problem, you see it going on, and you continue to use it as a crutch and an excuse. If you know what's going on in the community, stop using it as a crutch and excuse, which is why I support brothers who are SYSBM or who decide to go overseas and do that. I'm more than likely I'm going to teach my son, because I have a son, the same thing. And if I have a daughter, more than likely I'm just going to teach her, hey, don't even waste your time. Like don't date. It's pointless. You're just ruining yourself.
absolutely.
And that's why
I
I
agree.
said, what is these environments that we're putting our children in? What are these environments? Because I can tell you now, if I have to move out of the goddamn states to find a reputable environment to raise my daughter in, I can find an easy environment to raise my son in. But daughters, it's a completely different thing here in the States with social media, outside influence, and constant reinforcement, which is why I'm happy I have my husband.
And what's interesting, you said, you know, moving to get your son to a better environment. BGF Duck's mama lost 3 of her sons and never saw fit to move. 3 of her boys murdered. The most recent was the guy that was the rap star.
Yeah.
And
Murder's normal.
Yeah. How many black women get out of these terrible predicaments? No, they bury themselves deeper in it by having more and more children. Look, if you're not capable of looking at the problem with the ABW and saying to yourself, man, this is terrible, there is no hope for the community. There is. You know, the lady says that, you know, you can't say most black women. Actually, you can. If 80% of black women are overweight and 56% are clinically obese, you can say most.
Here's another one.
Oh, yeah.
If abortion, I mean, you know, I'm real passionate about this abortion issue. Black women have had 23 million abortions. They only represent 7% of the country's population, overall population.
Brother
White
D.
women,
Brother D. Derrell. It ain't about balance, goddammit. It's about what we talking about. You
no
want
balance on the
you
panel. You see,
you
that's
come
y'all
on
walk
up
the street.
here, D. Derrell. I'm a extend the same offer to you. Come on up here. Come on up inside the T.P.O.T spot if you wanna talk your shit. All right.
That's how Democrats are, man. That's just how Democrats are. And we know, see, I've said from my platform several times, black women are not this apparent nightmare because they're black. It's not, they only 26% marriage, not because they're ugly. It's because your heads are filled with poison. You have been under the complete control of the Democrat Party for 60 years, and they have ruined you. If the Democrats were in control over white women, the majority of white women, they'd be ruined. Asian women, they've been ruined, but you have completely given yourself over to do whatever Democrats have told you. to the point where you'll even kill your children. Look, the most dangerous place on earth for a black male or female is in the womb of an unwed black mother. There's a 50% chance they're going to be put to death. There's nothing even close that kills black people more than black women through abortion. And half of the people they kill are black females.
Well, Big J Triple X is on a tear up in here tonight. I appreciate that $5 super chat, brother Big J Triple X. He says, how can any of you whine about black women, but some of y'all practice pumping and dumping?
I mean, you know, it's funny. Like, I'm the only guy, like, you know, people are talking stuff in the panel. I'm the only guy up here who talks about that. I'm the only guy up here. Like, what do you mean? Like, it's actually, this panel is very balanced. I'm the only guy up here who doesn't do the marriage thing or the stuff like that. You know what I mean? So I just don't understand. So, you know, people just, my presence really bothers a lot of people because it's way more than balanced up here. And also, Lil Big Nate and Popular Thought, they don't talk about pumping and dumping or anything like that. That's all me. So
yeah,
I mean, everybody's throwing the shots, you know what I'm saying? But
you know, bullshit now, D Derrell, brother D Derrell, cause man, we don't even talk like pump and dump up here.
Man, what are we talking about? They're
all
all talking about me. They want my attention.
Democrats are.
I mean, come on, man. Come on.
And now, I'm talking about repairing the community with there you go,
with
family.
About, man? Everybody else is about the community except for me.
He wants the link.
I'm going to send it to him once I figure out which one of his 55 emails to send it to.
Can I address something that the lady said? Hold on. Called to truth. She says, making blanket statements is very hurtful and destructive. No, it's not.
She need to come up here too. We got another spot because we're allowing 2 ladies at a time to be up here. So we got another
if you
spot.
want, I can drop down.
No, you ain't gotta leave. You don't have to leave. We got 2 spots for ladies up here tonight. So there is a spot open because Lady Danielle has left, you know, because she is married. She probably went to tend to her husband. So
interesting.
Yeah,
Go ahead. Yeah, making blatant statements is very hurtful and destructive. This is incredible because killing half of your children every year through abortion is not. And then she says, we need to come together, not separate and tear each other down. No, competent, productive, family-oriented Black America absolutely has to separate from the rest of Black America because the rest of Black America wants to commit itself to putting their little boys in dresses and aborting their children. So no, we can't come together with people determined to destroy themselves. Because guess what? They're going to destroy us too.
Yep.
Sorry.
It's going to happen. Regardless if anyone wants to cop to it or not.
I can't wait to see what D. Derrell says. I can't wait.
Yeah, I'm trying to find his damn email. I know I got it in here some goddamn where. Don't worry. I'm a looking, D. Derrell. I'm a looking.
You want to just drop it in the chat and just
threaten
them?
Hell no. Hell no.
You can threaten them, dog.
I don't do that because, you know, Negroes is insane. If Negroes wasn't insane, you know, and come up in the queue, you know, with their pants down and all this kind of foolishness. You know?
My thing is, I wonder if Call to Truth was protesting, you know, I don't want no scrubs. Was Call to Truth protesting Black women on Nightline once or twice a year talking about how there's no good Black men out here. I'm an educated, dominant, powerful Black woman and I can't find a man. Where was the balance then? Where was the balance with all these Black women on Sally Jesse Raphael and Oprah? I didn't hear any calls for balance.
I sent it, brother D. Derrell. I sent it to AM Burn 1718. Whichever one that is. I sent it, brother.
So, you know, yeah, it's just look.
Well, let me ask brother Ramil this. Do you think that of course the parents, you know me, I think the parents are just out of their fucking minds for letting these damn girls to be with R. Kelly to begin with. But R. Kelly, as a man in his 40s was doing this kind of shit. Doing this kind of shit in his 30s. Fucking with these girls, allegedly, that were 15, 14, all that kind of shit. Do you think there is any onus on him at all as a 30 or man in his 40s for fucking with these girls that's like 14 and 15 years old?
I mean, of course, I mean, like I said, I'm not condoning any of that crap and any of that. But once again, a minor is under control of the parents. All right. If the parents sent them over there, all right, and to fulfill those desires because they think they're gonna get a record deal or something, the parents are the ones responsible. All right. That's how I look at it. I mean, unless the parents are going to get held responsible, once again, we got white men in this country legally married to 14, 15, 16-year-olds because their parents let them do it.
Mm-hmm.
So are those men, are those grown white men, should they also get the same, be ridiculed as well, even though they're married to a 14-year-old because their mother signed the documents to say they can do that? So if that's going to be the case, it has to be the same all across the board, all over this country, to all these grown men who are married to these underage females because the parents co-signed it. Only difference is this case, it wasn't no paperwork. So no.
Can I ask a question to Ramil, if you don't mind?
Go ahead.
I want to ask, why is it that you feel like it's valid for him to do it just because white men do it? This is often an argument that I hear a lot of the time when it comes to situations, when it comes to Black people.
Or any man. We got Asian men. We got Asian men who are married to 14, 15-year-olds because the parents signed them over. All right. That's the country we live in. That's the reality we live in. So it's not just about white man thing. It's just a lot of men are doing that nasty shit because the parents are co-signing it. The parents are signing them over. So all those grown men of other races who decide to take on a young wife because the parents co-signed it, they all need to be locked up then. All right. So it has to be across the board, marriage certificate or not.
So what you're saying is that, forgive me if I'm mishearing. So because Asian men do it, white men do it, and until they get in trouble, Black men should be able to do it and not get in trouble.
Yes. It's called equal protection under the law.
Wow.
Oh, let me lay down.
Equal protection under the law.
This is the buffoonery we got in here.
Hold on, D. Derrell. Hold on, brother D. Derrell. I just want to ask this, and we're going to go to D. Derrell. Do you think, I want to put a hypothetical out there with this R. Kelly stuff, right? Because obviously, they marched a lot of witnesses in there that testified against him. Obviously, it's been all over TV. The jury pool probably was poisoned from the very beginning if they weren't sequestered, right?
Of course.
So I'll give him that, right? But hypothetically, could it be that the reason why all these charges were brought and he eventually got arrested, then prosecuted, and convicted because he wasn't shelling out enough hush money? Because if you look at the history where they were talking about where these things happen and the timeline of these things happening from some of these accusers, could it be that our brother R. Kelly just wasn't giving out enough hush money? So he wasn't giving out enough hush money, so that's when the birds start singing, because it seems because I think he's totally ridiculous, and I just think this dude is lost. I've thought that ever since the tape back in the late 90s, but it seems weird that all of the sudden here comes everybody.
That's exactly what happened.
Could that be the case where he just, he wasn't giving out enough hush cash?
And you got to run in the right circles, like the Epstein circles, the Clinton circles. You got to run in the right circles to be able to do this stuff. It's just a fact.
Yes. And I do think it's that. I just wanted to, I was just a bit baffled, and I just had to get some clarification. That was it. That's why I asked.
Okay. It's all
good.
But
they free. They all walk around. That's what I'm saying. That's why people want to get up.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Equal protection under the law. But everybody else who's doing this crazy shit, they need. I'm not gonna get a Black man for this shit if they got these other groups of men doing the same shit. They walking around. No, fuck that. Equal protection.
So can I ask another follow-up question real quick then? So if you are aware that it is wrong and that I'm just gonna say, if you know that it's aware it's wrong, what you're essentially saying is because everybody else is doing it, I get to do it, even though I know it's wrong.
I didn't say I. Okay, I'm
Oh,
talking
no,
about.
not I. Excuse me. In the context of R. Kelly, let me reword it. In the context of, hey, these men are marrying underage girls and doing things with underage girls, and they're of different races and ethnicities. I, as a black man, should be allowed to do these morally wrong things too, because they get to do it and they don't get in trouble.
Okay, the moral and laws two different. I'm not looking at them. I'm looking at the law. In America, apparently it's legal for them to do this stuff when it comes to if the parents co-sign it and let them get married. So your morality just doesn't matter right now. We're talking about the law.
Why would black people want to mimic a bad practice just because other people are practicing it?
Well,
regardless of morality.
brother D. Derrell, his mind was telling him no, but his body was telling him yes. But hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on. God damn it. Hold on. I'm gonna let you go, D. Derrell. Shout out to Maloyce Wilson with the $5 super chat. He says, "Can you show me one GOP policy that has done?" What does that have to do with what we're talking about? I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. I don't know how we jumped into that, but shout out to Sun is Hot Raw for the 10 pounds, I believe that is. He says the beatings we used to get from our mothers is normalized. We think it's okay to beat our kids with any and everything, and for any reason, and we'll say it's discipline when it's really abuse. I agree, brother Sun Rot, huh? I appreciate that coin drop. Hold on one second. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. Go ahead, Lady Queen Q. Then we're going to go to Brother D. Derrell. Go ahead.
I can answer that policy question if you want.
I agree to what he's saying, and it's so funny because I'm a part of a Facebook group called Black Mothers. I think it's called Black Mothers Unlearned, and basically what it is a Facebook group where we talk about unlearning negative behavior that was reinforced on us. So one of the things I've noticed in that group is people would post, and like there are women that are out there trying to change the negative behaviors that were instilled on them. So one of the group messages that I was in was basically like, how would you discipline your child? Or how would you go about disciplining your child nowadays if you don't want to put your hands on your child? And some people have been, and the funny thing is, we've all, like a lot of these women in this group have come to the consensus of, if your child is old enough to communicate, work on their communication skills with them and talk to them. And I've been doing that, and my son's 4, and I haven't had to put my hands on my son like that.
Awesome. Yeah,
and
I told y'all.
You will be surprised how comprehensive a 4-year-old is when you acknowledge their emotions and you sit down and you actually talk to them. Like my son is comfortable enough to come up to me and tell me, "Mommy, you made me sad." And I say, "Well, how did I make you sad?" And he'll be like, "Well, you told me I couldn't jump off the couch." And so I'm like, "Okay, but I need you to look at from mommy's thing. What happens if you hit your head and you hurt yourself? You don't think that's gonna hurt mommy seeing you hurt? You don't think that mommy would freak out?" And he's like, "Yeah, but I want to jump off the couch." And I'm like, "No, you can't." And when I explain it to him, he's like, "Okay, mommy doesn't want me hurt." And I'm like, "Yes, mommy doesn't want you hurt." And you know what happens? He doesn't jump on the couch. I don't have to resort to putting my hands on my child. And then there's things and that comes back to what I said earlier about we hold children accountable like adults when we don't even hold adults accountable. Growing up, like imagine, like even when you think about how if you used to break a glass, how your parents would beat the hell out of you instead of saying, "Damn, maybe I should invest in plastic cups around my fucking 5-year-old."
Oh yeah, I totally agree. I totally agree with that. But we're going to go ahead and bring in D. Derrell because I know he chomping at the bit. So you got it, brother D. Derrell. Let's hear it.
It again, once again, the unintellectualism of the manosphere is appalling.
Oh, wait
Again,
a minute, man.
hold on,
Goddamn.
I didn't get
You
one
always
sentence out
you
yet.
come right in
Come
with
on,
the
man.
insults,
Hold on,
man.
let me breathe the
That's
example.
leftist.
Can you not come in with the
Start with the
insults?
same information that little Big Nate misconstrue every time he does a show.
Well, then why are you listening to me? Why are you listening to me, D. Derrell? I don't listen to you.
And I didn't
I
say
don't
one
listen to you,
word.
D.
I
Derrell.
didn't say one word. Let me get a sentence out, little Big
Go
Nate.
I
ahead.
don't listen to
Go
you,
ahead.
Let me get
homie.
a word
Go
out.
ahead. Go ahead, brother D. Derrell. You got it.
Thank you.
Everybody let D. Derrell get his shit out. Let him get his shit out.
First of all, let's touch on this, Big Nate, because we got a debate that we gotta get to. But let's talk about the 26 million abortions. And so
I didn't say 26. You're wrong.
Well, what number did you say? Because that's wrong. Whatever number you did quote is wrong. But go ahead and quote that number. What is that number?
23 million. Yes, sir.
23 million. Okay,
yes,
I was 3 million
Black
over.
abortion.
Let's put that 23 million in context, sir.
Sure, go right ahead.
Put that in context. Okay, so first of all, there is no accurate way without measuring statistical error in the process of identifying that amount of abortions was accurately measured.
That's
in
a
the
lie.
first place. No. Let me finish. Number two. We as I talked to you before, and as I told Brother T.P.O.T, why is it in this particular sector we continue to look at research and we look at raw numbers without putting the raw numbers into perspective and to every factor that contributes to the number in the first place? When we look at the issues of abortion, first of all, we're not accounting for that the fact that this could have been the percentage that were teenagers and that they were pretty much forced or dictated by parents to get an abortion.
We're not abortion's an abortion. The child that's being killed doesn't care.
Let me finish.
Oh my God, this is
ridiculous. We're not going to talk about sexual abuse. We're not going to talk about physical abuse.
It accounts for less than 2% of abortions.
Let me finish.
It accounts for less than 2% of abortions.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Thank you. We're not going to talk about issues of incest. Okay? We're not going to talk about the abortions that were given due to other medical conditions that may have
I can speak to that.
To the fact that had to happen.
I can speak to that.
There are a lot of factors. This is you're creating a false narrative as if these black women
out of your mouth is false.
Wait, let me finish. You're creating a false narrative that these 23 million abortions, all of them just happen to happen that someone was just fucking, and then they just, I'm just going to get an abortion.
I can correct you when you're ready.
That is not the case. And so
I can correct you when you're ready.
Hold up, D. Derrell. Hold up.
Context, brother. Big Nate.
Hold up.
I can correct you when you're ready.
What you do is you're very disingenuous and you're very irresponsible with numbers.
Everything that comes out of your leftist mouth, D. Derrell, is nonsense.
Read the research.
Everything that comes out of your leftist Democrat mouth is nonsense.
To create an echo chamber amongst those who just want to agree with you.
Well, D. Derrell, brother D. Derrell, hold on.
I didn't even get a chance to say it. He interrupted.
Can I correct him?
Go ahead.
Can I correct him?
Go ahead.
Can I talk about? Can I talk about marriage? Hold on. Can I talk about
every
marriage?
year?
Let's talk about marriage. Let's talk about marriage. Okay.
No. I need to address your. Right? Let me address your abortion lies.
In which we're supposed
let
to talk
me address your abortion lies, D. Derrell.
The right hand.
D. Derrell, let me. I'll deal with your marriage talk. Let me prove you don't know what you're talking about with abortion.
You got those who don't
let me prove you don't know what you're talking about.
That don't even believe in getting married altogether, and then you got
let me explain how you don't know what you're talking about, D. Derrell.
We're going to talk about balance.
D. Derrell,
we're going to talk about balance.
You say it's the left. This is a classic leftist black man.
Accountability. Little bit.
You don't believe in accountability.
You
don't believe in accountability.
Hold on.
You don't believe in accountability.
Hold on.
for every goddamn thing. But
well,
he won't talk about the
actually,
millions of black men that created
All
the
this guy does is
23
lie.
million children
That's
that
why
were
nobody
that were
listens to your
aborted.
channel,
You
D.
never
Derrell,
talk about
and you're listening to my channel.
The man who created those
hold
children.
on, because I don't want this to fall off into abortion and shit like that, because we're actually talking about the R. Kelly cases.
Can I just show him where he's wrong real quick?
Go ahead, and then we're gonna get back to the topic.
2% of abortions account for anything having to do with molestation, grape, or sexual abuse. Less than 2%.
How is that measured? How is that measured?
And
how is it measured?
All you have to do is pull up the stats.
What is the measurement?
Come to my channel. You're listening to my channel. Come up and defend your beliefs.
Little big name.
You sit there and you listen in silence because you're terrified, D. Derrell.
Talk about how the data
terrified.
How did that data? How was that data collected?
First of all, the data is everywhere. I can pull it up now if you want.
The data
I'll pull it up now.
I'll pull it up now. Research.
All right.
And important things of research is
the way you measure abortions,
the data was collected.
Abortions are actually underreported.
Can you give me?
See, he won't.
Can you give me the example?
Well,
can you give me the
well,
methodology?
Hold on.
You're ignorant of the fact.
I don't want this.
You're a black baby killer, D. Derrell. Shut up.
Articulate and examine.
You're a black baby killer, D. Derrell. Shut up.
Hold on.
How data is manipulated. And you don't understand.
Like
data is manipulated. Gotcha.
I am a behavioral scientist.
Brother D. Derrell, hold on.
You are a joke.
Big Nate. Stay in your lane. Stay in your lane, brother. You don't understand.
Nobody listens to you, D. Derrell.
No, everybody listens to me. Nobody may not listen to me in this space.
This to become
real life and that listen to me
a show about pregnancy being terminated.
The truth is the truth. You don't understand research, little big Nate.
Oh my God, go away.
I can educate you how to clearly
Brother D. Derrell. Brother D. Derrell.
You don't know.
Hold on. We're not talking about goddamn terminated pregnancies tonight, god damn it. Unless you know about one that got terminated that R. Kelly was the father of. I want to bring this back to the R. Kelly thing, right?
Okay, let's get to it.
Because R. Kelly has been convicted. Not saying that, you know, what the evidence was. I didn't see it, but he has been convicted. And I know, in the white man's court. But the gavel's dropped, he's been convicted. That being said, now that he's convicted, I look at the parents. I'm looking at the parents. Do I think he's possibly a creep? Yes. But he got access to those girls by way of their parents' lack of parenting. All right. And I'm not talking about the girls who like in their 20s and shit, because I don't give a shit about that. You're a freaking adult. You want to go down to the Kelly mansion and do your thing, that's on you. I'm talking about the children who were 13 and 14 and 15 and 16 and 17. I'm talking about those people. All right. So I bring it back around to the fucking parents, because I tell you what, I bet you R. Kelly won't take my 14-year-old fucking granddaughter out of this house. I bet you that. Or any other motherfucker. I bet you that. But go ahead.
Okay. And as it relates to R. Kelly and the things that he had done and so forth, I think that the outcome of that was justified, and I think that he deserves every bit of time that he got. Yes, the parents, to me, are culpable in this situation, particularly those that were exploiting their own children, both fathers and mothers of these children and so forth, that were basically pimping their own child out in order in respect to attempting to get some type of record deal and so forth, which happened in some of those cases. I do think that the parents knew of R. Kelly's history due to the longevity of him being in music and the fact that, the things with Aaliyah and so forth, and that when you're in that type of industry and so forth, you know what other people are doing, and these people basically basically ignored that in order to seek some type of opportunities and so forth within that industry. I think that, to me, that was definitely irresponsible, and it was. I do agree with you as far as it being an example, an extreme example of poor parenting, for parents to put their children out there to be treated and to go through the things that R. Kelly basically, asked them to do and so forth, or basically manipulated them to do. And even though those things happened, parents did continue to put their children in front of him for those things to happen. So he deserves every bit of what he said. I don't have any sympathy for him. I think that the Black community, one of the biggest issues in the Black community, as far as what people don't see, is the fact that how we look at this type of behavior when it results in the interaction between a minor and an adult male. In the Black community, we have a history of being very lax with that. We have a history of things under the carpet and so forth, hiding things as it relates to younger girls dating and having sex with older men. That is a cultural issue that we have basically not talked about. And the fact that in a lot of situations in the Black community, there's a lot of men who have had sex with younger girls that are under the age of 16 or 15. In most states, you have to be at least 16, 17 or on up. And regardless of that, no 25-year-old man, no 30-year-old man, even if it is legal, and since we want to talk about the basically assessing what is moral versus what is legal, well, there are a lot of states in which 16-year-old can and is consenting to having sex with adults, and it's legal. It may be legal, but I don't think it's moral. And so that's the stance I have on that. And I think as the regardless of what other cultures are doing and so forth, I think that Black people, we can be better in basically doing what our culture, and that being exclusive of what other people are allowed to get away with.
All right. So when we doing this Big Nate and D. Derrell debate, man? Because
the USA Today articles in the chat
now, so I'm ready to do it. Like, I could do it.
The USA Today article is in the chat.
We can't do it tonight.
Confirming everything I said.
Any night except tonight. Any night except tonight.
Real quick, brother Xavier.
Go ahead. You got it.
There's a USA Today article I just put in the chat. I said it's less than 2%. It's 1.5%. 0.5 incest, less than 1% due to grape. You are wrong again.
I asked you to
Derrell. You're wrong again. Wrong again, Derrell.
So
congratulations.
So when are we doing this debate?
You cannot articulate the data. You're wrong again, Derrell.
Hold on.
The era of estimate.
Oh my God! Tell me when I'm booking this debate.
You're looking at
because we can't do this debate right now. We can't do this debate right now.
Give me the procedure and approach. If we're going to talk about research, let's talk about it.
We cannot do this debate tonight. If you can't talk about it meticulously, you need to be quiet. Brother D. Derrell,
nigga, I would never listen to you.
Brother D. Derrell, when you're free.
People pay me and they listen.
When are you free for a debate, man?
I'm irrelevant.
I am free this weekend. I'm ready. I'm free this weekend.
Brother Big Nate.
I will slaughter this clown.
Sure.
What's the subject?
What day? Hold up.
Who are listening?
What's the subject?
I want to book it right now.
I want to book it. What's the subject?
I want to book it right now. I want to book it right now. Let's book it right now so we can get past this. Let's book it right now. Abortion?
Oh yes, please.
What day?
Please.
What day? What day?
Saturday or Sunday. I'm good.
Let's
Can I ask a question?
D. Derrell, hold on a second, Lady Queen Q. D. Derrell, Saturday?
Yes.
All right. It's on. So no more debating tonight.
We'll see if he shows up.
We're going to debate Saturday, okay?
No
more debating. We're going to debate Saturday. Go ahead, Lady Queen Q. Then I want to get my man Perfect Black in here. He's been quiet for a while. Go ahead.
Oh no, never mind. I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Brother Perfect Black, then I want to get back to Brother Ramil.
Hey man, look, like I said in the chat, man, the table has been effectively kicked over. That's about all I got.
Goddamn, Brother D. Derrell coming here insulting motherfuckers right off the top. Right off the rip.
Like leftists do.
Come right in here with the insults, boy. Go ahead, Brother Perfect Black.
No, man. I forgot. Actually, to be honest, I forgot what my point was before D. Derrell came. I'm not blaming nobody. I just forgot what my point was. So I don't know. You can re-ask your questions, Brother X.
Well, actually, I want to ask Brother Ramil. I'm sure. I guess we can allegedly say that Brother Kelly was pumping and dumping these hoes, right? So that being the case,
I think that's what D. Derrell came up on, was the pump and dump.
Yeah, well, he missed. It's too late. He want to fucking debate with Brother Big Nate. He done missed a chance to ask the question. He got to wait for the round to come back. Now, okay, let's say allegedly that Brother R. Kelly was pumping and dumping, right? Don't you think it would have been better? I mean, I just don't think he would have been in as much hot water as he is now if a lot of the girls weren't so young.
What are you talking about? The young adult of adult age?
Them too, but also
the underage.
Yeah, them too, and because what if the adult ones that are like in their 20s or whatever? What if they were older broads? What if? Do you think he'd be in this kind of hot water if all the chicks were 30?
Yes, he's
still
the woman. Like I said, we did the 27-year-old. Was talking about she was locked up in the room, right? So these women most of the women are over age. They're adults. That's what he is in trouble.
Not
for.
all of them are overage.
I said most of them. I just said most of them.
Most of them were.
That's how I know. In this case, yes, they were all. Most of them were adults. That's the fact.
No, I have the notes written right here because I wanted to discuss what was going on. Most of these girls were between the ages of 14 and 17.
Of the 9 accusers, the 9 female accusers,
are those the ones?
Only one of them.
Let me ask you this, Lady Queen Q. Of the convictions that he got, did he get convicted for the underage ones?
The underage ones, yes, but they weren't convicted under sexual assault. He got convicted of racketeering for those ones. I think they surpassed their statute of limitation when it came to him. But to your point that you were asking, if he would have messed with 30-year-old women, he would have still gotten in trouble because he was knowingly spreading herpes. That was one of the things that he was charged for, was the violation of health law.
For that?
Yes, 3 of the women, Kate, Faith, and I believe the other one is Jane. He knowingly spread herpes to them, and his doctor confirmed. His doctor
it doesn't say he was. It say he was convicted for a racketeering 1 count and 8 Mann Act counts. That's what he says he was convicted of.
When I looked at the stats, it said here that he was.
I got it up right now.
22 federal charges against him. He has 22 federal charges.
Yeah, but he was convicted of racketeering and 8 violations of the Mann Act.
Yes, but did you hear he was convicted of all charges?
Yes,
22 federal charges. All charges, including the ones of violation of.
He got convicted with the herpes charges too?
Yes, he did. The most prevalent ones are the ones that Ramil is talking about. Ramil is correct. Yes, he did get charged with those. Those were the most prevalent, but he did get charged for the violation of health law. Yes.
Wow. Now that I didn't know.
Do you have the link for that? Because do you have that?
Yes, one of those. one of those, if you go to the one that I found, the one I can remember off the top of my head is vulture.com, and when you Google it, it breaks down each and every woman's point. So Kate met him at 27. She was in Chicago in 2001. They settled for $200,000 out of court because he admitted to giving her herpes. That's what she got paid for. Then Jane he met at 17 in 2018. In July of 2019, she was diagnosed positive with herpes. And then Fate she met him in 2017, and she tested positive in 2018.
And my thing is this, even if that, like I said, I'm looking at the site. It says R. Kelly convicted on all 9 charges. It says he was only charged with 9 things.
When I looked it up, it said he had 22 federal charges.
I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking. It says found guilty on all charges of racketeering and sex trafficking, aka Mann Act. So he's only convicted of 9 acts. I'm gonna put the link in the chat. Okay. So all these 22 counts, I don't know, what.
That's what I'm about to do. I'm about to cross-reference. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm not saying that you're wrong, but I'm just gonna cross-reference my sources because in most of the charges that I looked at,
doesn't he have charges in other states?
Yes, he had gone to Chicago. He got to find another case in Chicago.
Sure. Yeah, he's got charges in other jurisdictions. So maybe that's where we getting the numbers crossed up a little bit, right?
I think because check this out. With the little thing about the herpes situation, I think because his lawyers put it in the motion to throw that out. I think they threw that out actually because you can't prove that he gave him herpes unless they had a test before and a test after, and you don't know who they was supposed to outside of.
That's what they did. So his doctor,
Chris McGrath, that type of test.
So he tested the female. So the female had test. No. Okay, I got to see that because I'm looking at right here. They say he got convicted on 9 counts.
So if you look up his doctor's name was Chris McGrath.
I'm not talking about the doctor. I'm talking about what he's convicted of. What it says he was convicted of?
I'm hitting the point that you said. So his doctor, Chris McGrath, which was based out of Chicago, has been treating him since 1994 for herpes. However, because of his tours, he was not able to properly test during inflammation season, which caused him to get false negatives. But it wasn't until he was properly tested in 2000 of June that he finally popped positive.
He was not convicted of that. He wasn't convicted of that. I'm looking at it right now. He wasn't convicted of giving no female herpes because you had to prove she had the herpes. She had to prove she didn't have the herpes before she got with R. Kelly, and she got it from him. That couldn't be proven because they didn't have the positive herpes test, but they didn't have a negative herpes test before they messed with him.
He got the positive herpes test.
No, it's about the females.
The girls sued him for $200,000.
So how do you know the females didn't have herpes already before they had sex with him?
We don't.
Exactly. And thank you. That's why the charge was dropped. See, this is what I'm talking about.
So he skated. He skated on the herpes charge.
No, he didn't skate. He pled guilty. I'm looking at it right now.
Pull it up. I'll put my look. He's only guilty of 9 counts.
Remember, how do you post in the thing? Because I know I can put it in the back office, but I'm on my phone right now.
R. Kelly found guilty of all charges.
Go ahead and put it in the back chat now. I'll bring it up. I'll post it. Go ahead and put it if you have.
Okay.
Put it in the back chat.
I mean, he's already gone. I'm just saying, at least let's be accurate. That charge was the herpes charge. The reason why his lawyers put in the motion for that and why that's not popping up on the convictions is because she has to prove that she did not have herpes before she had sex with R. Kelly and that she got it from him. There was no test for the female before she had sex with R. Kelly. That's what I'm saying. So you can't say she got it from him. She could have already had it.
Can you? Oh shit! How am I supposed to? Can I close out this and put it? No, I'm gonna have to hand type it in. I'll hand type it in.
Yeah, just put it in the private chat. Don't worry about it. And shout out to my boy. All right, shout out to my boy, brother Supreme, brother SKC with the $5 super chat. They've been up here for like 35 minutes. Thank you, Queen Q and Ramil, for coming through. Your thoughts on the subject have been valuable and insightful. Thanks for the support. I second that. Kudos. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. And I'm looking out in my audience, and I see the one and only Madam Shirley Hussar in the crowd. I wrote you, madam. I requested to interview you. You did not write me back, madam. I want to bring you on my show. It would be good to interview a conservative lady.
Yeah. Yeah, so I got it right. Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead. You got it.
Yeah, I got it right. It said the jury convicted R&B superstars of all 8 counts of sex trafficking, which is the Mann Act, and 1 count of racketeering. There's no conviction of him giving. Now it says they allege he gave him herpes, but he wasn't convicted of that because you can't prove that unless she had a test for herpes before she had sex with R. Kelly. That's why that charge didn't go through. The lawyers filed a motion for that, and I think it was granted because it wasn't even brought up in court. They filed a motion for that right before trial. So I mean, you're assuming that.
I don't think. Hold on, I'm trying to type it in the back, but I'm on my husband's phone right now while I'm on this one too. But it says R. Kelly's accuser reached a $200,000 settlement after herpes diagnosis, and this is from Reuters.com. There's also
We're talking about the conviction. We're talking about what he was convicted of.
Yes, and she was the one retestifying for the other 2 women whom he got herpes from.
What I'm saying is that he's not currently. He is not convicted for that. That's all I'm saying. He's not convicted for giving the female herpes.
Prosecutors have been trying to show jurors in Brooklyn federal court that Kelly was characters towards alleged victims of his sexual practice, including multiple victims who claim he kept silent about transmitting the disease through intercourse. Kelly, 54, whose full name is Robert Sylvester Kelly, has been on trial since August 18th for running an alleged decade-long racketeering scheme targeting women and girls for sex with help from employees and assistants, and he pleaded not guilty. The woman, who identified herself as Kate, says she was 27 when she met Kelly. Assistant U.S. Attorney Elizabeth Geddes, forgive me, I probably pronounced her name wrong, contracted herpes in 2001, and that Kelly was tight-lipped when she accused him. Kate said Kelly settled in 2004 with the herpes diagnosis greatly affecting her ability to enter future relationships. Kelly's lawyer, Derek Kavanagh, I believe that's his name, used the cross-examination to undercut her testimony, and Kelly demanded his girlfriends follow strict rules. The rules included needing Kelly's permission to go to the bathroom, looking from other men, and not talking about Kelly. Okay, that's all BS. I don't have time for word salad. I just want the facts and the information. I'm trying to pull it up.
Once again, I'm just all I'm saying that R. Kelly's already locked up. I know y'all wanted him locked up, so he's already gone. But as far as his little herpes charge, he's not convicted for that. All right. Once again, he's convicted of 8 counts of sex trafficking, aka the Mann Act, and 1 count of racketeering. All right, transmitting a disease. First of all, the reason why that motion got thrown out is because, and this is crazy. This is where the law comes in, and I'm not trying to condone anything, but that law says a transmittable disease, herpes didn't fall under that statute. That's why they threw that shit out. You know what I'm saying? And on top of that, it was because it was
Wait. I'm confused. Are you saying herpes isn't transmittable?
No, let me pull up the law. It had a certain amount of like diseases on it. And they say,
herpes, you have to disclose the amount that you have herpes, HIV, syphilis, gonorrhea, and chlamydia.
Yes, I understand that. But what I'm saying is that's what he's not convicted for. And that's all I'm saying. Because once again, you're assuming that she didn't have herpes before she had sex with R. Kelly, which you don't know because we didn't get a test for that. Right? You gotta have a test before you have sex with the man and a test after. So you can prove she got it from him. So that's what I'm saying. You can't.
Well, hold on. So hold on. If we're using logic, based off of the other women that have come forward, there's other women involved, and the fact that he tested positive, it's not hard to see the chain if you're the link in it that's connecting. So how you know
those females? You're assuming that those females are not having sex with anybody else, didn't have sex partners before Robert Kelly.
Ramil,
you're assuming they came to him pure. You're assuming they came to him pure. 48% of black women have herpes. Did we forget that?
48 women, 48% of what the fuck? Man, that's not true. Where do you get that from?
Wait a minute, Ramil.
Laughing makes it wrong.
The buffoonery is real.
Laughing makes it wrong.
All I'm gonna do is put this in the chat. I don't know.
This nigga knows nothing.
No,
Literally knows nothing. Little bit they quit. Stop it.
Y'all go in the chat. Okay. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. No. Hey, matter of fact, X, can you share my screen real quick, X?
Absolutely.
So you saying?
Can you share my screen? X?
Hold on, D. Derrell. Hold on.
Can you share my screen?
You saying 14 million black women got herpes?
Can you share my screen?
No.
Yep.
Is that
Hold on.
I'm gonna read this real
Brother
quick.
D. Derrell, hold on.
Let me read this. No. Let me read this.
Hold on. No, you could be right, but here's the thing: you forget that there's 3 different types of herpes. There's hepatitis A, hepatitis B, and hepatitis C. Hepatitis A, I believe
hepatitis is a whole nother disease. We're talking about herpes simplex. We're talking about type 2. Type 2. Let me read this real quick.
Hold on. Let Brother Ramil rock. Hold on. Let Brother Ramil rock, please.
We're getting hepatitis and herpes simplex mixed up. All right, I'm just going to read this right here. I didn't say this, okay? Here, a new report from the Center of Disease Control and Prevention says black women have the highest rate of herpes infection at 48%. All right, that's not me. That's the CDC.
Is that hepatitis 1 or hepatitis 2?
Right,
There's 2 types.
The
first one is
federal agent. Can I finish reading? Please,
it's merely fever.
I got you. I got it right there. The federal
on.
agency reported that 48% of black women between the ages 14 and 49 have herpes simplex type 2.
Thank you.
HSV2 as small. I'm done, man.
Brother, that's a lie.
Nigga is always wrong. Always.
He said he's always wrong.
Oh, but D. Derrell is always wrong.
All right. Hold on.
Do you realize how big that number is?
I just pull up data. That's all I do.
Brother D. Derrell.
Black women had that, we'd be at a fucking crisis level.
We are, aren't we? Aren't we at a crisis level?
Who the hell they fucking? They got to be fucking somebody to get. They not just not having sex.
So, Brother D. Derrell, what you're saying is
the fact he doesn't like it means it's wrong.
You don't believe the white man's data is what you're saying, brother.
No, I'm not saying. What I'm saying is that article, which I'm going to have to read myself in detail. And again, this is the usage of just looking at raw numbers and not looking at the details, not looking at research in full scale, but just quoting identifiable numbers. It's not enough. That's not how you critique research.
I'll give you that argument. I'll give you that argument, D. Derrell, but you can add mitigating circumstances, man, and contributing factors to any fucking thing. Right?
That's right. Damn right. And that's why you have. And that's why you have to look at things in full scale.
But it doesn't change the end number. It doesn't change the end number though, just because this happened and then that happened,
brother.
This percentage of it that happened.
The procedures are done in a flawed manner. The research numbers are no good.
Oh, now the information is flawed because there's
that's not what factors. I stated.
He does this every time.
I said if. The bottom line is that you only look up research that only fits your narrative, and that's other research by other people.
The thing was, all I was doing was substantiating my claim.
You're an amateur when it comes to this. You don't understand.
All I was doing was substantiating my claim.
I'm gonna say this.
I made a claim and I backed it up with the data. I made a claim.
Quoted is not in full scale.
That's all I did.
I would have to look at the whole research. If 14 million black women have herpes,
you know what's interesting? How this guy constantly
or more argues.
What's funny about D. Derrell, he constantly argues with the amount of black men
that have herpes,
but he never brings his own facts.
The full story.
He literally never brings his own facts
of what's going on in our community.
Yeah, you can never bring your own facts
because those 14
where are your facts, D. Derrell?
Sex with somebody.
Yeah.
Where are your stats, D. Derrell?
That's a good point. That's a good point. Hold on.
They're not practicing abstinence. They're having sex with somebody.
Hold on. I don't want to talk about the mitigating factors and the contributing circumstances. What I want to do is hold on a second.
Then we don't have an argument in the research. Then the research is null and void. You don't want to talk about the mitigating circumstances.
Brother D. Derrell. Brother D. Derrell. Where is your?
He has none.
No, Brother D. Derrell. No. Where is your statistics?
He has none.
Brother,
I can
hold
give you
on,
statistics.
hold on,
I can
no,
give you
hold on,
statistics that
hold
give
on, no,
I can give you
hold on,
statistics
brother
from
D.
any
Derrell.
It's an autoimmune disease that can
Brother
develop in adults,
Ramil.
but it's most common in children
Yeah,
and
I'm
young
here.
people.
What's up?
That's
Brother,
the hepatitis.
All I did was pull up the data, man. That's all I did, man.
brother Ramil.
And the reason why I put up that data is because of the
stated
R. Kelly.
something. He stated something, and he pulled up the fucking information.
Just like
Yes,
I
he
did.
did.
To
Just like I
substantiate
did.
what he said.
And it is
So,
wrong.
nope, hold on, let me
It
finish.
doesn't matter. See,
Let me
brother, it
finish.
don't matter what you pull up if you don't know what you're reading. You just
Oh my
quoting
God, this
information.
guy's he's
All right.
retarded.
All right.
Hold on. I'm looking at it.
D. Derrell. Because I'm going to finish this fucking statement, D. Derrell, brother D. Derrell. If you're going to make a claim and you want to counter what Brother Ramil says, at the very least, you have to pull up something for us to see
Thank you.
like he did.
Well, like I did too, Xavier.
Yep.
X, let me put you on something. See, this is what happens like with the whole doctor thing, the lawyer thing. Is that people think that their credentials makes it so that when you pull up actual information, because they got credentials, what you're saying doesn't mean anything because they got a degree or the paperwork. So, oh, that data's not right. You didn't read it right. What's this? What's that? Even though that data is done by other professionals, but because I don't have a degree, because I don't have credentials, the information I pull up, no matter if it's accurate or what, it's not valid because I don't. Because that's what it is, man.
No, what you're saying is
valid
valid.
because he doesn't
No, what
agree
you're
with
saying
it.
is valid, Ramil. But here's the thing: type 2 autoimmune hepatitis, although adults can develop it,
Not
type 2
hepatitis.
autoimmune
I'm about
hepatitis.
Hepatitis is something else.
Oh,
That's
it's
a whole
the
other. That's
same.
a whole other disease.
All right,
Hepatitis and herpes are not the same.
I'm gonna bring Brother D.
That's a
Derrell
whole
back
different
up,
disease.
and I want to see if he's gonna do, if he's countering Brother Ramil. I want
And
you to
me
say,
too.
Yep,
Counter me.
yep. I want to hear you say, "Can you share my screen, X?" That's what I want to hear. Now go.
All right,
brother. Now T.P.O.T, you know damn
No,
well.
you supposed to be saying.
Hold on, wait. Let me
You
say.
supposed to say,
Hey,
share my screen, X.
Now you're trying to
brother,
present. You're
hold on,
trying to present a false situation as if I don't know what I'm talking about. When I don't know what I'm talking about. Hold on.
I know what you do. I know what you
T.P.O.T,
do for a living, man. I know what you do for a living.
All he falls back on.
Just because I can't produce information right now does not mean it doesn't exist. And I'm gonna tell you firsthand that information that Ramil quoted, he does not know what he's reading. He's just quoting numbers, just like Brother Big Nate. He doesn't know what he's reading.
You're
He's
dumb,
just
Ramil.
quoting numbers. I know
That's what
that
he's
for
saying.
a fact because if you are going to point out research, you have to do it in detail to clarify why these things happen. This is how research is studied. This is how
are the
research is
single most
articulated.
disingenuous person in the
You
manosphere.
don't know how to research.
You
But
are the
T.P.O.T,
most
I'm gonna say this, brother. I'm gonna
disingenuous
say this,
person in the
T.P.O.T.
manosphere.
I didn't come up here to pull up because I'm on my phone. I didn't come up here to go pull it up.
Excuses.
I
More
came up
excuses.
here to have a discussion.
Excuses,
And see, this is the problem in this
excuses.
space. You think because you can pull up something.
We have
that it
facts.
must
Where
be
are
true, and
yours?
if somebody can't, then that means
We have facts. Where are yours?
That's not how intellectualism is.
Where are your facts?
The bottom line is that we're going to have a debate.
Thank you.
And then I will prove you wrong. And
Okay,
that's
well,
that article.
We done already booked the debate, so don't even talk about debate.
He ain't showing up Saturday. I promise you, he ain't showing
Big
up.
Nate just don't know what he just pulled up any bullshit out of his ass. But I'm just telling you that research is not being verbalized.
Not valid research.
I'm with Brother Ramil on this one. I'm with Brother Ramil on this one.
Because T.P.O.T, let's think logically, T.P.O.T. Those 14 million, okay? Those 14 million black women that have herpes allegedly. Okay, who are they having sex with? How did they catch it? And then how many black men, which is most probably that they're having sex with, what's the percentage of them having herpes? Because one has to affect the other. You cannot. You cannot.
Not if they're having sex with the same men, like black women do.
You don't.
They're having sex with the same men, D. Derrell.
What about that?
Let me say it real quick.
This nigga's always wrong.
Okay, check this out. If there are other factors, right? If the black men,
there has to be a correlation.
Okay, cool. Let that be the case, but it doesn't take away from the fact.
How they contact you gave it to him.
Ramel.
Black women got 14 million. Black
one at
women
a
got
time.
14
One at a
million
time.
black women have herpes. Okay, well, damn. You had it
No, no,
14 million
he pulled it up.
One at a
pulled it up.
time. One at a time. One at a
To ask
time.
him real quick. The website that you went to was npr.org, right? Because I just want to read up on it, correct?
Oh, no. I got the CDC one too. I got which one you want? You know what I'm saying? CDC or
okay, so I'm looking at NPR. Okay, that's the one that I think you put up. I want to read it because I see it was written March 12th.
I put up two of them. I pulled
2010. So that's why I'm looking into it because that rate could have dropped. That was written almost 12 years ago.
Are you fucking kidding me? Are you serious? He's reading research that's obsolete. Are you serious?
12-year-old research is not obsolete necessarily.
It's not obsolete. It's not obsolete.
This guy does not know what he's talking about.
This is ridiculous.
Now you're using the wrong words.
Research past 2 to 5 years.
It's not obsolete.
But Queen Q, it could have dropped. It could have went up too, though, right? It could have went up too, right?
It could have
exactly.
Queen Q could have went up too, right?
And come about as if
it could have went down and it could have went up, right?
Is that what we're doing? Oh my God! I'm sorry. I'm just gonna let the buffoonery go on.
It could have went down and it could have went up, right?
It could have went down and it could have went up. That's why I said I wanted to see which one you were looking at.
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, it could have changed.
That it was written 12 years ago. So I'm going to look at the CDC one you were talking about because I would rather use current information than past.
The CDC one is 49%, I think.
Okay, let me see. I'd rather, if you have the evidence, hey, I can't argue against the evidence.
Well, D. Derrell can. D. Derrell argues with all the facts we laid out.
D. Derrell, off of evidence. So that's what I'm looking at.
I mean, like I said, I showed my evidence because I know
if you don't know the fundamentals of research, you can't argue shit.
And you have no facts on your side. How are you arguing anything?
Because you don't know the facts.
Because you don't know the facts.
You don't know the facts.
You are insane, D. Derrell.
Little Big Nate,
you are insane.
How many research studies have you been involved in, Little Big Nate?
I haven't been involved in any. I'm an auto damage appraiser.
You want to know how many?
It means nothing because you're up here lying and wrong.
You want to know how many?
Oh, I don't care. It doesn't even matter.
Experiments I've been in.
It doesn't matter, D. Derrell, because you're wrong over and over again. You're wrong.
Do you want the number? Do you want
the number's garbage?
You have zero.
Your number's garbage.
10, 15.
Because you have all these research things you've done, and you have no facts. You have no facts, D. Derrell. You're always wrong, D. Derrell. Always. You're always wrong.
All you quoting is numbers. You don't know research.
You don't know, and you can't even quote numbers. You have all this research and you can't quote numbers. Where are your numbers? Where are your numbers? Thank you. Thank you, D. Derrell.
12-year-old.
Wrong again.
It's obsolete.
Weren't you going to leave the manosphere? Why don't you stay gone? Why don't you stay gone?
They can never stay gone. They always
never stay gone.
They always come back. Big Nate, you ain't learned yet.
Hi, D. Derrell.
They always say they're going to leave, and they come right back. And they come right back. Big Nate. That's why I stopped getting mad, Big Nate. That's why I stopped getting mad, because they always say they're going to leave, but they come back.
They say, I'm done with the manosphere. I'm leaving. I'm out of here. They change their channel's name and come back.
I'm done with the manosphere.
No sense. It is
I'm done with the
illogical.
manosphere.
Always wrong,
back, and they always come back.
Oh my God, I'm flabbergasted at what I'm hearing right now. This is ridiculous.
That's a good word. Congratulations.
It's ridiculous.
They love it over here.
Congratulations.
It's something that I do for a living and get paid. How many of you niggas get paid to do this?
I don't.
You have no figures.
Exactly.
Where are your figures?
I don't have.
Where are your numbers? You have no numbers.
That you couldn't answer.
Where are your numbers?
Let me ask you this.
Mel proved his numbers. I proved mine. Where are your numbers?
To see where
are your numbers, D. Derrell?
You don't understand.
Thank you.
How you want to look at your numbers.
Now, brother D. Derrell.
And you have none.
Looking at what those numbers mean.
You have none.
Numbers can be manipulated to mean whatever the fuck you want.
And you're a manipulator because you have nothing on your side.
Do you know what validity means?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what research validity means? Do you know what research
Yes, I
reliability
do.
means? because that's what you
Yes,
have to
I
look
do.
at to determine.
And you
whether this
know
stuff
all
is
this, but
measured,
you
whether
have
it's
no
supposed to be
numbers.
measuring, whether or not
Where are your
it's
numbers?
tested more, and then
Where
that's how
are
it's done.
your numbers,
Is it doing what it's
Derrell?
supposed to be doing?
Thank you. No
Brother,
numbers.
Brother D. Derrell. Now you're a professional man. You're a professional therapist. You are a professional man. Correct? Correct?
Yes.
So
Yes, sir.
how can you be so quick to disregard? How can you be so quick to disregard evidence when someone pulls it up and shows it, and then you say, "Oh, well, you don't know what you're reading"? Like, I don't understand how you
Because
can.
I'm gonna tell you why. To answer the question,
So
I'm gonna
disingenuous.
tell you why. Because if you're going again, you cannot give research results without talking about it in detail. Again, this is a mistake that this space makes.
But you're talking.
Hold on,
Why do you
let
keep
me
coming back
let
to
me
the
finish.
space thing?
Let me finish.
You're talking
They
about.
always gonna come back, Big Nate. They always gonna come back.
T-Pot,
They
always
away.
come back,
you know,
bro.
They
T-Pot,
can't stay away, man.
I already know CDC statistics. Okay. And then and see, we also got to understand. You want to act like CDC statistics are not above reproach? Are you fucking kidding me? There are people.
Where are your
and they say
stats?
things that are not correct.
Where are your stats? Give me your stats.
Government department, any researcher that does
Give me
any
your
type of
stats,
research, I don't
D. Derrell.
understand where it comes from.
You have
Be
no
up to
stats.
skepticism
You have
in
no
regard to
information.
the
You have
of
no
that
way to
research.
substantiate
Just because
anything
the
you
CDC
believe.
did it does not mean error did not occur.
Brother Xavier, he did this the
will not
last
talk
time
about
he was
that
up
because
here
you
with
don't
me.
understand it, little big
Let me
Nate.
ask.
He did the same
It's okay,
thing
little
last
big
time.
Nate. It's okay,
So
little big
let
Nate.
me ask
I
you.
asked you one question and you couldn't even
Brother D.
answer that
Derrell.
question.
Brother D. Derrell,
Oh my God, you're an idiot.
as a professional therapist guy, all right, obviously registered, licensed, and all that kind of stuff. You mean to tell me that you're just going to totally disregard CDC information?
Of
I didn't
course.
say that. I didn't say that.
I think I have an updated source.
See, this is the thing. We
It's an
have to
updated
quit.
source.
When we have
I'm
discussions,
asking you.
we have.
I'm
Hold on,
asking you.
listen to me, Teapot. We gotta quit looking at things from black and white and thinking of things in the majority. All I'm stating is that I asked the brother to talk about the research article or the statistics in its entirety, which they both failed to do because they don't understand what the fuck they read.
All this guy does is move the
They
goalpost.
understand a number.
Once
they don't
you provide
understand
the facts, he moves the goalpost.
And see, the thing about
That's
it,
all
they
he
can't
does.
give me that. I asked
That's
simple
all he
questions,
does.
and I
You're
couldn't
a
get simple answers.
goalpost moving D.
Brother
Derrell.
Teapot, this would not be no different if I was sitting in the room and somebody introduced this in a professional setting, and as they basically express the research, I would be asking the same goddamn question.
You are ridiculous.
Yeah, and
Where is your information?
The problem is,
where's your information?
whenever they're asked those questions,
You see, he won't answer my question.
They have a response.
He won't answer my question.
They don't because they don't know what they're just quoting.
We don't know what we're reading. We're stupid and we don't know what we're reading. Gotcha.
Nate, can I answer your question,
tomorrow, I'm gonna
please?
say
Yes,
this.
ma'am. Go ahead, Miss. Shut
I
up.
can go
Nigga.
live tomorrow and I can pull up tons
Go ahead, go ahead,
against
Queen Q.
everything that
Go
you
ahead,
talking about, little big Nate.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Let the lady speak.
I can effortlessly explain that research.
No one wants to hear you.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Lady Q, go ahead. You got it. Go ahead, Lady Q.
The most recent article I've been able to find is 2015 to 2016. They said HVS. This is from CDC.gov, STD herpes stat facts. So I'm on the CDC. HVS2 infection is more common among non-Hispanic Black women at the rate of 34.6%. So that number has dropped. Then among non-Hispanic whites, which is at 8.1, which is significantly lower. That still says a lot. That means that one out of every 3 Black women has genital herpes right now. But
that's not true either. That can't be true either.
I got a question to ask you.
Hold on. I think they're talking about the medical advancements in this paragraph too, because I do know that they've come out with medicine that if you catch it early,
they said no. I'm on that right now. I'm looking at it right. It says it's HSV2 infection is more common among non-Hispanic Blacks. Period. 34.6%. Doesn't say that means all together. It didn't separate men and women. Okay,
Okay,
so,
yeah. So
Does that
so you
research,
separate the men and women.
I'm
does
looking
that
at
research
the
said they're only testing people? Is that percentage weighted on the fact that 100% of the women were actually going to government agencies as far as
Okay.
healthcare facilities, or
Oh
is
my
that as
God.
far
Yeah,
as
but what does that have to
total
do with
aggregate?
It has
anything,
Are they
nothing to do with
measuring?
it.
Hold on, wait a minute. Are they measuring the total aggregate of black women, or are they only measuring the total amount of black women that sought those services through the government?
Hold on. I'm trying to
Does
see
it
if
say
I can
that?
find
It's not just government entities that report.
Thank you.
Wait
It's
a
not.
minute. That's
It's not.
not what I asked. Does it
I'm
say
looking
that?
to see if I can find the poll with the number, if that makes sense, because usually they have to list how many participants or where they pull their data from.
Exactly. So T.P.O.T, all I was really trying to say, T.P.O.T, is that when they quoted this research, you got to look at the sample size. The sample size does not consist of 25 to 26 million plus African American women. What it does consist of is the total amount of women that actually got tested in those facilities or
What
private
research
institutions. That's what that number
encapsulates
consists of.
all of black
It is
women?
so accurate way
What
that
research
you can
There's no
test
such
encapsulates
thing
every
all
as
of black
single
research.
black
men?
There's no
woman
such
You
thing as
ever.
sound
research. There's
ridiculous.
no
There's no
such
way
That's what
you
I'm
thing
can
as
saying.
say. Why
it's called a
would there's no
representative
way you can
sample.
do
There's no
that.
such
Thank
research
you.
that takes
There's
all
no
the
way to
population.
gauge
There's
20
no
million
research.
women.
You cannot
There's no
Yeah.
create
research that
25
takes
to
all the
26 million
population.
black
Thank
women
You
you,
to
take a
do
sir.
You
representative
can't
sample.
test.
Dude,
There's
I don't
no
No
know how
accurate
you
way of
representative
got your
doing that.
degree,
sample.
dog.
You
You
don't
I don't
can't
know
Representative
how
test
you got a
sample.
there's no
degree.
everybody in the
accurate way.
world,
Representative
Brother D.
sample.
Darrell.
Representative sample. That's what it's
Where's the
called. You never
sample
take it.
size?
You
This
never
is
take a sample
insane.
size of 100% of the
But
Where's the
population.
sample
but
size? Where
brother
is the
D.
sample size?
Darrell, you can't test every goddamn
Come on, man.
body
This
in the
nigga's
population,
insane.
man.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
you can do that.
don't present inaccurate information without putting it into context.
Oh my
All right,
What do you
God.
you're
mean?
supposed to put it
You
into
It's
don't make
context.
any sense.
You can't,
it's out of
so this is the
There's
context
thing,
no way
you
because
to
can't test
gauge the
everybody.
entire
You can't
population
test
of black
everybody,
women.
but you can measure everybody. Is that what you're telling me, T.P.O.T? You
Oh
no,
my
can't
what I
test
God.
no,
everybody,
but what
but
I'm
you can
saying
measure everybody.
is
Is that
what
what
I'm
you're saying?
saying is any research is going to have a finite number of people in it. It's going
But
to be
hold on. But
1,000,
you're not, but you're
Oh my
going by a
God.
number.
10,000, a million, or
To
whatever.
represent the
It's
aggregate,
not
the
going.
total
It's not going
aggregate.
to be the whole world
That's what he
in
said
the
it has to
Wait a
be.
minute,
research
T.P.O.T.
study.
Wait a minute,
This
T.P.O.T.
Wow.
educated,
This is
research
crazy.
Listen, wait a
professional
minute,
This is
said
T.P.O.T.
that you have
crazy.
to gauge all black women.
When you
This
This
quote
is
is what we're listening
crazy.
to.
when you quote a
Wow.
statistic of
Right?
48%,
This is what
you
Wow.
we're
said
listening
all
to.
black
Okay,
women
let me
need
ask you
more
this,
definitive.
brother D. Derrell. Say I have 100 women inside a building, right, or 100 men inside of a building, and I test 50. If I test 50, I know I have 100 women or men in that building, right? And I take 50 people out of that building and I test them, right? And 25 of them come up with, I don't know, the herpes or the clap. It's reasonable for me to say that 25% of that
So
population
50
has
people are come
hold
on,
up. No,
T.P.O.T.
that's not what I said.
Stop.
That's
Now
not
you
what I
drinking the
said. Listen,
Kool-Aid.
hold up. Let me finish, man.
Stop it.
What I said was if I have 100 people inside of a building and I take 50 of those people, which is 50%, and I test them, and 25 of them come up with the clap, I can say 25% of that amount has the clap. I
No,
don't
you
have to
cannot.
test.
No, you
Why
cannot.
not?
No, you cannot.
Why
All
not?
you can do, no, you can't. You can only base that on the sample that you can only base that on the sample that you tested. You cannot
That
take half of
All right,
something
let
and
me
say
ask
it's
you this
Oh
real
my
quick.
it's
Oh,
God.
let me
that's
ask
a
you this real quick.
no-no in research.
What is so
That is
representative samples?
undisciplinary
Are
research. You
representative
can't do
samples?
that.
Are
What
representative
Hold
samples
on.
valid?
the research
Hold on.
basically
Are
shows?
representative
What the
samples valid?
research basically shows, T.P.O.T,
Are
is that
representative
in the
samples
African
valid?
American community, our women may have herpes at a level that is above that is above the norm as it relates to other cultures. That's all that research is saying. As far as numbers and how I'm saying, none of that shit
What
is
I'm
true.
also saying
That's what
too
I'm
is
saying.
that it depends on your location and the sample size. So if you test somewhere like in Atlanta, where we know that the STD rate is that higher versus somewhere in Kansas, you're gonna come out with a stagnated number. That's why I want to see
I'll
what
put the methods in the chat. I'll put the methods of the testing in the chat. If y'all want to go through it, if the methods is right there.
I'm
Okay.
sorry. I was talking to my husband.
Ramil, your research 12 years old, brother. Nobody reads
No,
that.
no. Actually, I got
12-year-old
research.
research.
No,
I
no.
wouldn't even
Actually,
dare look
this is
at
not.
that.
This is not from 12 years
Research
ago.
is not even valid.
I gotta see that because the one that I looked at Ramil was between 2015 and 2016.
Thank you.
And that
And
was
whoa. I've got something here.
Thank you.
I've got the Cleveland Clinic, who is stating that.
But is it Cleveland like in the
That's
actual
just one clinic, brother.
No. Let me read what it says. I'll put it in the chat.
That's fine. No,
It says,
let me read it.
Can I read it? Can I read
No,
it,
hold on.
please?
Can we let Nick read it, please?
It says women are more at risk.
It doesn't mean
Delicate
anything, but he don't agree
vaginal
with it.
tissue can tear, making it easier for the infection to get in. Black women are especially vulnerable. An estimated 1 in 2 African American women between the ages of 14 and 49 is infected with HSV2. This is from November of 2020.
From one clinic. From one clinic.
No. They're talking about the national number, you lunatic.
How was it collected? How was that data collected?
I put the method in the chat about.
I'm not going to play this game with you, homie.
Derrell, man.
I'm not going to play this game with you, homie.
Brother Derrell, you smarter.
You are the most disingenuous person I've ever seen.
You are smarter than this, brother Derrell.
No, he's not.
Stop it, man.
You
basically, men in the chat, what you take away with this is 1 in 2 women.
You show that you don't understand research. So you can continue to quote as much.
Where's your research?
And it's going to continue to
Where
show
are your numbers?
Understanding research.
Why don't you answer that question? Where are your numbers, D. Derrell?
Nate,
I'm on a fucking phone. Do I got time? I'm not like you. I don't have time.
We have time.
Research on hand.
We have time.
Pay me?
Hold on.
Now we have to pay him.
Hey, check
Do you hear this lunatic?
All research is not valid, but for
This
his,
nigga's a lunatic.
But for his, he just right just because he ain't got to present
Now we have
no
to pay
evidence.
him.
He ain't got to present no evidence.
Now we have to pay him.
To be showing something on my, pulling up something off my phone
Well,
right now. I'm speaking from my phone right now. You think
You're
I didn't
speaking
come up
with
a
no
stack of research
support.
articles so that I can debunk you on.
You
all
have
this
no
bullshit
support
that
for
you
your
said.
contention.
I'm not like you, brother. Listen,
None.
You are misguided in your numbers.
You are always wrong,
brother D. Derrell. You're not going to be able to. You're not going to be able to filibuster like this on Saturday, brother.
You're not
Oh, I'm gonna tear his asshole open. That's what I'm gonna do.
research to seek the truth. There's a difference between seeking the truth as opposed to seeking confirmation bias.
The truth. Where's your truth?
Do this shit on Saturday.
Where is your truth, D. Derrell?
You only look at
D. Derrell,
research
where's
to
your
think
truth?
little
We
bit.
presented our
You get
truth.
upset
Where's
when
yours?
somebody call your ass out for it.
Where
But
is
then
your
you
truth?
Your panties in a bunch. You all mad
Where's your
because somebody-
truth?
because
All he
that's
does is babble.
and you don't like
This
it
is what we
either.
refer
It's
to as
okay,
bitch
brother.
babble.
It's all right, brother. You can pull up
Bitch babble.
100.
That's all you got, homie.
On that, and I can
Bitch
debunk
babble.
each and every last one of them.
I know, D. Derrell.
I
You're
don't
a
have to pull
joke,
up
dog.
shit because I have
You're
the
a
knowledge. I
joke.
don't have to pull up a goddamn.
This is the same guy that dropped the F-bomb, the word that rhymes with maggot, and had to pull it down.
I can't curse.
And had to pull it down off of his channel.
Curse?
Get out of
Who
here,
said
nigga.
I can't curse? I can't curse.
Get out of here, nigga. You're ridiculous.
What
You're
that mean?
ridiculous.
Everybody curse.
You're ridiculous, D. Derrell.
Now they want to say I can't
You have
curse.
not provided one
What you want me to
bit
say?
of proof to substantiate anything you said.
I got research from 2021.
What you want me to say,
2021.
little big name? What you want me to say, little big name?
You are always wrong, D.
Hold
Derrell.
up. Hold up. I want
You
to
want me
hear
to
from
do
Brother
it?
Ramil. I want to hear from Brother Ramil. Brother Ramil, you got it, man. Go ahead.
I got some more research from 2021. It says nearly 50% of African American females have HSV2. I mean, I don't know. I know it sounds crazy, but look, the thing that kills me is I'm so cocky that even though you present data, I'm not going to come to the table with nothing. I'm just going to say because I am a licensed person, you got to believe what I say.
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah.
This is why. Check it out. This is why we in the position we in now. Check this out. This is why we are in the position that we in right now. This is why. No, I'm not. You are. I put up the numbers. I put up the numbers. Now, this is why we're in the position we are in now.
Well, brother Ramil, hold on, brother Ramil. Did they test everybody in the whole world?
No, it's called a representative sample.
If they ain't test everybody in the whole world, it don't count.
Exactly. Brother Xavier, this shows the way he acts shows how little he cares about black women. He does not give a shit about black women. The only thing he cares about is not hurting their feelings. That's
no, little big Nate. Now you're
That's all you care about, not making them angry.
I'm about the truth, little big
That's
Nate.
all you care about.
You're about placating to people.
You're wrong. You have provided no substantiation for your beliefs. You've provided no proof of what you believe. None.
Right now,
you are always wrong, D. Derrell.
Don't know what you're talking about.
D. Derrell, sing me a song. Sing me a song, D. Derrell.
Yeah, no, I can sing a song.
Dark skin.
Yes, the blue big
I love your dark skin. Nigga, you're an idiot.
No, I got one. No. I got one even better for y'all.
Goddamn bunk beds right now. I said, right now, it's awesome, you don't know what else to say. You never need to go on and on about the girls that they claim that they're with. Can't say the same about the black woman that they don't want to be. That's full of shit. They say they want to leave. Saying black man take me. I'm like, nigga, you can go. I'm like, nigga, you can leave. Y'all feeling it? Let me know.
Straight booty.
Y'all feeling that? Let him know.
Ass. Straight booty.
I feel it in my prostate.
Yeah, I feel it in my prostate. Do you have a prostate?
I feel it in my prostate.
I think you got something.
That's why I feel it. Yeah. That's why you have no proof for anything you say. None.
You got something else.
None.
Notice I have that.
Go make another song, nigga.
Yeah, you transformer.
Go make another song, nigga. Go make another song, nigga.
Little big Nate, you mad, man? Why you so?
Yeah, my son is a professional mixed martial artist, and I'm angry that you can sing to black women. You're a joke. You are a joke.
You seem to be all unhinged and
I'm not unhinged. I'm up here trying to have a conversation with a guy that is completely disingenuous and a liar. You're a liar, D. Derrell.
Hold up. Save this for Saturday, y'all.
He's not showing up. He's not showing up.
Save this for Saturday.
I promise you he ain't showing up.
Save this for Saturday. Save this for Saturday.
You do not care about black women. You don't care at all about black women.
I want to go to my brother. Hold on. I want to go to my brother Perfect Black. What's good with it, brother Perfect Black? Please bring us back, man. Let me. As a matter of fact, let me ask you this, because you're in Chi-Town, right? And I think you are too, right, brother Ramil?
Yes, I am.
All right. So, did y'all hear the rumors? Did y'all hear the chatter? And I'm talking about before. Brother Kelly got arrested. I'm talking about before. Did y'all hear the chatter about him messing around with young girls and all that kind of stuff?
It was all over. It was all over Chicago. I mean, he was. It was all. Yeah, you heard about that all over.
That was all over the streets, man.
As a matter of fact, I coached several kids who was at a couple of high schools that he went to. They would come to practice and talk about the stuff. So, so this was all over. This is nothing new, at least here on the ground, on the soil here in Chicago. There's nothing new to hear about him being at one of these elementary or high schools. Nothing. This is
he was at the high school. That's not. I mean, come on now. That's not, he wasn't at no elementary. He was at them high schools though. He was at Kenwood. All that other shit.
Yeah. I'm very
recently.
I'm very
not recently, but when I was growing up, you'll hear about the shit. But the thing is,
I'm very familiar with you know with the.
Yo, I used to I literally used to live down the street from nigga.
I live within walking distance of Kenwood. So and trust me, I know. But I also know. I'm not gonna say these names. I'm not gonna say those schools' name. But I do know for a fact that some places where he kind of perused. It was some elementary.
Wow.
I don't know, but I'm not gonna co-sign that joint. But
no, that's fine. But I'm just telling what I know. Now I'm not saying he was definitely anything like that. Could have been for the older ones, but it really doesn't matter.
So it was basically common knowledge in the city for the most part.
It's common knowledge. It's common knowledge now. Yeah, it's just common knowledge. Yeah.
Okay. And this is my problem, right? Like I've been saying all night. You know, I don't give a shit about the grown chicks. I mean, they're adults. You can do whatever the hell you want to do. Okay, you got the wherewithal. You know, you got the right to vote and drive and all that kind of shit. But you know, my thing is the teenagers, and I guess because I'm an old Negro with granddaughters. You know, I see it a little bit different. People were saying earlier tonight on the panel that, you know, some of these 14, 15-year-old girls, you know, they dress like hookers and all that kind of stuff. And I get it. I understand it. And I can see where people will say, well, you know, they dress like hoes and, you know, they act like hoes and, you know, they 15, but they doing shit that 25-year-old chicks is doing. I get that too. But my thing is, number one, the fucking parents, and number two, these fucking men who are in their 30s and 40s laying down with these 15-year-old children. I got a fucking problem with that shit. I don't give a fuck how she dressed. I don't give a fuck what she got on. I don't give a fuck what she say. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. Motherfucker, you 45. She 15. You can't sit up here and say, oh, she wanted it. I don't give a fuck if she wanted it. Motherfucker, you shouldn't have been the one giving it to her. You shouldn't have been the one giving it to her. That's what I think. And that's my whole problem. That's my thing right there. The adult chicks, they adults. They went to the goddamn mansion and did all this shit with this motherfucker and got themselves locked in the room or what. I don't give a fuck about that. My concern is motherfuckers who are too young to understand any fucking thing. I don't give a fuck how mature they think they are or the shit they talk or how many blunts they can smoke and still stand up straight. I don't care about none of that shit. When it comes down to it, those girls are 14-year-old girls, 15-year-old girls.
X, can I ask you a question?
15-year-old girls.
Can I ask you a question, X? All right. So here's the thing is, okay, currently right now, all right, and let's say, in Massachusetts, all right, and pretty much all these other states, but I'm gonna use Massachusetts, right, and New Hampshire. A 13-year-old can get married if the parents sign off on it, right? So those men who are taking these 13-year-old wives because their parents co-signed it, should they be in jail too?
No, I don't. Well,
because if R. Kelly got permission from the parents to do this, we know he did, and then state, hold on, in these states over here, the parents get permission. If the child's 13, 14, 15, the parents gave him permission to get married to a grown man, but they're not going to jail. But R. Kelly is messing with these underage, and their parents gave him permission. But those men who hold on, let me ask the question. So should those men who are taking on these 13-year-old wives with the parental permission, should they be locked up as well?
Can we admit that there's a difference between laying up with a chick and marrying a chick?
But they still fucking them.
Yes, they still are. But there's a difference between right and wrong and
Kelly
legal.
Married Aaliyah, right?
But hold on. There's a difference between right and wrong and illegal and illegal, right? There's a difference. You got legal and illegal. Then you got right and wrong. And I don't give a fuck who you are. If you're a 14-year-old motherfucker and you fucking some 13-year-old girl, you dead ass wrong, even if it is legal. That's what I would say.
Well,
You
I'm saying,
dead
should he be
ass
locked
wrong.
up? Should those guys taking those underage wives because their parents consented, should those men be locked up in jail along with R. Kelly?
Yep. Yep.
Okay, so my thing is this: until that happens, I don't give a shit about what's going on with that. Until they lock up these guys taking up these 14-year-old wives because their parents signing them over in these states where it's legal. Until that happens, I don't care about R. Kelly making no 15-year-olds until it's all across the board because they can marry a 15-year-old.
Well, I'll say again, I agree with you, Brother Ramil. I agree with you, but I'll say again, right and wrong is different than legal and illegal. I still say it's wrong if you go to some state and they say, okay, it's legal to marry a 13-year-old girl and your ass 45. Yeah, it may be legal, but motherfucker is still wrong.
Okay,
it's slavery
was legal.
Unfortunately,
slavery was legal. You know?
Unfortunately, right and wrong doesn't mean anything. It's all about legal and illegal. And until all them niggas is locked up for doing that sick ass shit, that's just how I look at it. Because you got white men right now, not even just any race of men. You got men right now in other states married, literally getting permission from parents to marry 14-year-olds, and they living their best life. You know what I'm saying? So it got to be across the board, in my opinion.
I don't agree with that either.
Yeah, I don't either.
I don't
you know
agree
what I'm saying?
with that either.
Fathers would take care of most of this problem. Just having a biological father in the house, dog.
Yeah, I just don't agree with that shit, man. These are babies, man. And like I said, motherfuckers can say whatever they want to say about me, but I'm a grandfather, man. And I couldn't imagine some 45-year-old motherfucker, being around like my teenage granddaughter, man. I couldn't imagine that shit. Y'all motherfuckers wouldn't be talking to me right now because what you would hear is today, a 52-year-old man. 52-year-old man shot a 45-year-old man multiple times around the face and neck.
The Desert Eagle?
When the police arrived, he was there and he was taken into custody without incident. But I just couldn't imagine that. I couldn't imagine my teenage granddaughter and some 45-year-old motherfucker trying to come to my crib and take her out or take us somewhere. I just couldn't imagine. I couldn't imagine a 30-year-old motherfucker. I couldn't imagine a 20-year-old motherfucker. I couldn't imagine a motherfucking 18-year-old motherfucker. All right, when I come to the door, I got my hand on my shit like, yeah, what's good? What's really good? What's really good, man? I just couldn't imagine it. I mean, that's just me. That's just me. Go ahead.
Brother X, about these discussions. When I was studying law, and in particular, one of my family law and torts and litigation classes that we was taking, we would often have mock trials, and it would be surrounding cases or issues like this, where it was real touchy and all that other type of stuff, right? And what Ramil is talking about, right? In my opinion, when we get into these type of discussions, I mean this generally. I don't mean this against any, I don't mean to direct this towards any particular person. But when we get in these type of discussions, there is a lot of intellectual, just blatant intellectual dishonesty going on here. Okay, because when we talk about the issue when the roles are reversed, when it's a male and the female, we got all kind of smoke, we could bring out the shotguns and all that other type of stuff, and they need to go up under the jail and whatnot and all of that, nobody says anything about the parental consent, and even though parental consent, that has a very interesting history, and I'm not going to go into that. That has a very interesting legal history to that. Which I would say, Brother X, if you knew the intellectual history on the history, the legal history on that, you'd probably take a different stance. But look, in terms of this R. Kelly stuff, I don't agree with nothing that R. Kelly did. But for me, the problem is that how everybody got a lot of smoke for R. Kelly. But everybody got, but when it comes to the parent and his enablers, very little smoke. Everybody wanted to throw him up under the jail.
Everybody want to bury him, before you even have a trial.
Yep.
Right? And quite frankly, just like the Cosby case, and when that case was going on, I actually called a couple of legal professors. I was like, dude, I don't know if it's just me, but if this goes to the Supreme Court or some appellate court, it's gonna get overturned. And I've been having,
I believe that. I believe that too.
and right, and I've been having the same discussion about this Kelly case. Like, some of the stuff really is not really meeting, legal muster. But again, I'm
They
not a
didn't
lawyer.
have no evidence. My bad. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Right. Some of the stuff is not. And when you say that, it is if people automatically go to where you must support what he did.
Yep.
No,
Just like you're doing right now.
When you're looking at a lot of this stuff legally, when this stuff gets pushed up, because it will, when this stuff gets pushed up, people are gonna be pissed off if some of those charges get dropped or completely reversed. I don't think. See, it's real nice to argue these things, through the filter of emotion. And I think that's what a lot of. Yeah, I'm not condoning what that man did. I live in Chicago, and I know people who saw the man at their school. I know people who saw the man at the doggone schools and said, yeah, he was there. I saw him talking to the girls, leaning on his car, talking to girls there. I talked to kids who were there, teachers who was there. I'm not condoning what he did. I'm just saying that when we're talking about this argument, this is really arguing emotions. When guys hear about this, well-meaning guys hear about it, they have the same type of mentality and they have the same type of thinking that their brother. If you do that shit, I got shotguns ready. I got double lock bucks ready for his ass. That type of stuff. But we're not really looking into the doggone case. And men are being convicted based upon this emotional why. And saying Bill Cosby. I'm not a big fan of Bill Cosby, but when I was looking at that, I was like, dude, what are they convicting this man on? And sure as shit stinks. This shit got completely turned over and people pissed. And if this shit get turned over in the Supremes, people gonna be pitchforks.
They're gonna drop some of that shit, man.
And they're gonna swear up and down. Yeah, some of the stuff is gonna get dropped.
They're gonna drop some of that shit, man.
And then they're gonna swear up and down that because of a conservative court, blah 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 blah. You know the story. You can finish the sentence.
Well,
I just think that when we're talking about issues like this, it's too bothersome. I don't even think a lot of people who are well-meaning really see themselves saying that you kind of fall into a real gynocratic, sexist type of issue. Because if this was a woman, if R. Kelly was a woman, if this was one, it would have to be blatant. It would have to be something on a far deeper scale. And the fact that that's a reality, I think we need to have that discussion.
Well, my thing is, fathers really, the simple answer is fathers, man. As long as we're trying to put toothpaste back in we're trying to put the toothpaste back in the toothpaste tube, it's all you're going to do is make a huge mess and almost none of it's going to get in there. We're trying to put toothpaste back in the tube.
I beg to differ. I beg to differ with you. Or at least not me. I don't. I advocate taking that whole goddamn toothpaste and just let it go all the way out and make the biggest mess that you can make.
Well, I mean that could be your perspective. I understand. My thing is, we're trying to fix these problems after they happen. It's like you keep trying to fix this hole in the dam by putting a Band-Aid on this crack and that crack, and a new crack just opens up and starts spraying water again.
But that's because, at least in my opinion, that's because I think we are trying to rationalize the illogic in terms of the laws, social norms and whatnot.
I have a saying on my show, and the saying is, fathers kill people. It's that simple.
Yeah,
fathers kill people.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, fathers kill people.
Fathers kill people.
Yeah, we do. We kill people.
We kill people.
And I
fathers
think
kill
people get mad. They get mad because the things us father guys say. They call us you daughter Negroes and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's fine.
Man, I'm not going to look at the world the same way as a single man does. I'm not going to look at the world the same way a man with no kids does. I mean, I'm just not. It's impossible because I got more skin in the game. All right, I got more skin in the game when I got daughters and granddaughters and shit like that. I got more skin in the game. All right.
Now,
So,
my contention has always been. Well, I just want to get this in. You cannot. I did a stream and it was called "Never, Ever, Ever Protect Women That Are Not Under Your Leadership."
That's right.
I put like 4 or 5 nevers, and that's because you can't. It'll end up costing you your life. If these ABWs genuinely want protection, then they're going to have to do what proper men tell them. That is the only way they're going to get protection. It's the only way children are going to get protection. All this after the fact nonsense, none of it's going to work.
I agree. I agree with that. 15 years ago, I wouldn't have agreed with that, but I agree with it. I totally agree with that. Let me ask you this, brother X. If because I noticed and I don't disagree. I do not disagree with your spirit in terms of with the guys because you got girls. I got 2 girls. I don't have boys. But would you have the same reaction if you had a boy? Let's say he was, I don't know, 11 or 12, and he had a female coach or teacher that sexually molested him, and she got pregnant by him. Would you have that same smoke with her? Would you have?
Would you kill her? That's what that. Like, you say you would kill the other person.
Hell yeah, I would.
You would kill the teacher?
Yeah.
Possibly now. Now, if you would have dialed back, because I'm going to be honest, the way I think now I'm an old nigga, so I think differently. I probably would. I put a bullet in her ass too. She fucked with one of my grandsons. But if you dial back 20 years ago, I might have been like, nah, he just out there, sowing his oats. But I don't think that way anymore because, see, I know that a young boy being touched by a older female has a detrimental effect on him, just like it has the detrimental effect on a girl being touched by an older man. I understand that now. I didn't understand that 20 years ago, or I just ignored it 20 years ago. But I understand it now because, see, I talk about this shit so much, because I know 1 in 4 black boys 25% of black boys are molested or touched or raped by the time they're 16. So they have a stat too. All right. They have a stat of being touched and shit as well. So I get it now. So yes, I would have a serious fucking problem if one of these motherfucking teachers put their hands on one of my grandsons. I would have a serious problem with that. And yes, I would be willing to shoot her too.
Now,
yes.
there's a reason.
Yes.
There's a reason why I asked that question, brother. Because I know that I honestly wasn't, when I asked the question, I really wasn't asking you specifically. I was really more so the audience, those that are listening, because I know for a fact that the majority, I would say 95% of the fathers would not have that reaction. 95% of the fathers wouldn't do anything.
Because we look at the initiators of the act differently. We look at them differently.
Also,
we look at them differently. I looked at them differently 20 years ago. I mean, 20 years ago, if you fucked with one of my daughters, I would have put a cap in your ass back then. But I may not have put a cap in your ass if you was a female teacher and touched one of my sons. I may not have put a cap in your ass 20 years ago.
And this is what I'm talking about when I say that the intellectual, when we get into conversations like this, when we get into the R. Kelly and all that, we get into conversations like this, there's an innate intellectual dishonesty being, going on. People are really not really discussing these things in any type of honesty whatsoever. No, they're not. Because we're talking about it in the lens of a female being the quote unquote victim. We can forget about the fact of the social norms and all that type of stuff, how girls are being socialized and all of that tonight, even so much as listen to the fathers, and they are putting themselves, and I don't care, I'll take the barge with it, they are putting themselves in these positions to do these things, okay? Because I'm not going to say because you're 15, you don't know that goddamn shit don't stink. You're not going to make me believe that. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. I got 2. I got a 9-year-old and I have a 6-month. You're not going to make me believe that that a 15-year-old don't know shit don't stink. Now you're gonna make me believe that she don't know.
Hey, don't go down that path, man. They're gonna call you the P
I
word when you
don't-
start talking about. They
Like,
don't.
look, man. I've already beat back that type of stuff when folks
Well,
when I'm
I
telling people
agree
about
with
that.
you.
Yeah, they're gonna start telling you when you hold these little hoes accountable. They're gonna start calling you
But
all types of word names,
yeah,
man. So be
well,
careful,
who
perfect
gives a
blackness.
shit? Cause the people who are saying that they ain't worth a shit anyway. I agree with you, brother. Perfect Black. You my dude. I agree with you on that. But I think as the adult, you're supposed to know more. That's where I fall down at. Like
Now, you're right on that, brother. I don't
whether it's male or female, whether the offender is male or female. If this child is 14 years old and you're fucking 35, I expect you to be the smarter out of the two. I'm sorry. I expect you to be the smarter out of the two, whether you're a male or a female. You're supposed to know more than this fucking 14-year-old.
But again, we're talking about a society. I mean, forget about the regular Joe Blow or Jane Blow. That's not going to be intellectually honest about this. We're talking about a society that's not even going to honor their own goddamn laws when it comes to this. When the roles are reversed in terms of sex, when the assailant is a female, they find all manner of legal loopholes to say that this woman has some type of mental problem.
Well, that's going to happen. The women are always going to skate more than the men are. They're always going to skate off of this shit.
And therein lies, I'm talking about the dishonesty with the dishonesty in which I'm talking about here.
Let several women who commit this crime on a 12 or 13-year-old boy end up missing. Other women will get the message. They will.
But it's not going to happen.
That's not going to happen.
You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Once again,
I know what's going to happen in the case of mine.
They always
or what would have happened when they were young.
Yeah, they always
I can't make other men do anything.
They always skate. Especially, you talk about these teachers, man, because I got a bunch of those stories too. I've talked about that too. They always get off. They get a slap on the wrist and nothing happens. And they freaking screw the young guys and get pregnant. And then
I'm saying don't leave it in the judicial system's hands.
Sue the boy for child support and the whole nine. So,
Handle it yourself.
Yeah, we're going to always live in a country where women are not going to be treated the same way as men are.
I don't think people really understand just how often. And again, I see this, and I've had several over the years. I've had several boys confide in me and tell me this about their teachers and stuff like that at schools, that they're female teachers. This is happening a lot.
Of course,
and it's going to continue
to happen a lot.
It's going to continue to happen as long as no one can be critical of females' behavior, especially the ABW.
Hence the dishonesty.
You saw D. Derrell up here just shucking and jiving.
Hence and I wanted to ask him a question.
He said shucking and jiving.
I'm serious, dog.
I wanted to ask him the question, and the question I wanted to ask him was, what would it take if those stats are true, or even farther, if those stats are true? What would it take for him in his mind, what would it take for them to take those stats as actually accurate?
Everybody in the world
will never do that.
Everybody in the world has to be tested. Everybody in the world.
Well, I would want him to tell me. That's why I was saying in the back check. I got a question. I got a serious question because I wanted to ask him this because I would just want to see what he would say.
Well, he thinks because of contributing factors, mitigating circumstances, things of that nature are not being, taken into consideration. So there's no way the stats and the data can be correct. That's what he was saying, basically.
And he also said that if you can't do the research on 20 million black women, it's invalid.
Yeah, doesn't mean anything.
They don't. But that's
from a research professional. Mind you.
That's not how research goes. They don't. Are there any? Have they ever taken any research on 20 million people?
Of course not.
Yeah, there's always a sample size.
No, that's because again, I'm not a research expert. But from my understanding, you can't take your sample pool can't be of 20 million people.
Brother Perfect Black, he knows that. Brother D. Derrell knows that. He's just in here fucking with people. He know goddamn well that all research has a sample size. They do 10,000 people,
That's why they
20,000
do it
people,
over
30.
time. They do it over
Yes,
time.
he knows that, man.
The more significant ones,
He knows that.
they do it over time. They
He
do this stuff over time.
Derrell just wanted to come in here and kick the fucking tables over. If you really want to know, he want to come in here and kick the fucking tables over, like you said, and that's it. This man knows this stuff. This is a schooled, learned man. Okay, this man know. He knows that this shit is this is how this shit works. He know you don't when you go to do like some data or you get stats. He knows you don't test 20 million people when you do it. He knows that.
To directly test 20 million people, you're talking about what, $1 trillion?
Yeah.
That is a lot, man.
He just want to come in here and fuck with people, man.
The problem is ignoring how horrible things are with the ABW today.
Yeah.
You're just harming them. Not telling them the truth of how terrible things are. All you're doing is harming them. You think you're protecting them. You think you're saving their feelings, when all you're doing is making it less likely competent, productive, family-oriented men have any interest in them with their tattoos and their children out of wedlock and all this other horrible shit that goes on with not all of them, but way too many of them.
You know, I really do think, and this is coming from somebody who, like I said before, I still believe that so long as the black community is producing males, we do have a shot at saving the community. That's my stance. I really do, and this is what people have told me. People who know me offline that have heard me, speak on YouTube, who have heard me comment on YouTube. And I really do believe a lot of people in the black community, they really don't want our dirt to be out there. They honestly believe, they really do honestly believe that a lot of this stuff that we're talking about can be handled, in back channels.
Our dirt is already out there for everybody to see.
It's already out there.
Everybody can see it.
It's already out there.
They really believe and their minds are like, oh, no, you don't want to put that out there. Let the family deal with. No,
it's already out there.
I got to push back on that, Perfect Blackness, because the black man's dirt's been out there.
Yep.
It's the black woman that doesn't want her dirt out there.
That's true, but they don't view that kind of falls up under the intellectual dishonesty I was talking about. They've been putting black men's dirty laundry out there
40 years,
though. Right, 40, 50 years on talk shows and from Jerry Springer, Ricky Lake, Maury Povich, Donahue, all of them. They've been doing this for years. Oprah Winfrey, it couldn't be an Oprah Winfrey without that. Maybe it's me, but I fail to see how could there be an Oprah Winfrey without that element, of her platform. So, but again,
that's what I was saying earlier. That I think this whole R.Kelly thing, and we about to wrap up. We at the 4-hour mark out here, but I said that this R.Kelly thing, man, it's indicative of how a lot of shit goes in black households, in some of our households, where it's hush hush, nobody gives a shit, nobody's saying nothing. It's normal, for 13-year-old girls to be laying down with dudes that's 45, and this is like indicative of a lot of the shit. Is representative of a lot of the shit that goes on in a lot of black houses.
Yeah.
Okay.
And in the black community, because this thing is layered, man. This thing is layered like an onion, because there's so many aspects to this.
Yeah.
There's so many aspects to this. You start pulling on the thread here, you're gonna start pulling on all kinds of things.
Yeah, and I agree that if it goes,
man.
If it goes up to the Supreme Court, I think it will be appealed, and he will have another day in court and probably get the fuck out.
A lot of it is. And because I'm looking at a lot of these cases, and it seems like a lot of pile on that is really, really has some questionable.
It's bullshit.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
I believe
I'm not saying that because I support him.
Yeah, I don't support that motherfucker either.
But I'm just saying it just because we in this, it's like inertia. We're in this
Yeah.
whole Me Too thing, and it's just momentum is just carrying everything, and a whole bunch of stuff is being pulled in the wake. And the R. Kelly is one of those.
I
Something
think
they've been wanting R. Kelly for the longest. Everybody know been on what's been going on. Everybody on the ground, in the soil, as they say it. This has been everybody. This is not a secret.
yeah,
This
it's
is
no
not a
secret.
secret.
They
This
knew
is
what he
not a
was doing.
secret.
They knew what he
He
was
been he
doing.
been paying these people off. Now I don't know what his finances is. Maybe he wasn't getting royalties. I don't know.
That's what I said. I said maybe
I
he
don't
ran.
know.
I
But
said maybe
it,
he ran out of hush money, but
right, maybe he ran out
that's
of
what I
hush
said.
money or
But
something.
That's
Maybe
exactly what happened.
maybe he
ran out of
promised
hush
somebody
money. God
something
damn it!
and he didn't give it, didn't follow through. I don't know.
Yeah, he
But
ran out of hush
this
money,
been, this
and
been going on for decades, and all of a sudden it comes out. No. And I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you, the Supreme Court. If it goes to the Supreme Court, they're not going to like this. They're not going to like this because this is not really done in really good legal form. It's not. A lot of this is
Where
not
did this
done that
nigga
way.
find the time between producing albums,
He
producing
had
music for
enablers,
other
man.
people,
He had enablers.
touring and all this shit? Where did he find time to
He
do all
had
this
he
shit?
had enablers and he
He
had
ain't
parents.
do it.
yeah,
I'm trying to
He
take
had
man.
parents.
Wait till that appeal come down the
Right.
pipe, man.
He
These
had
lying
exactly.
assholes.
That's what I'm waiting on. He had
Appeals come down.
enablers.
This nigga was on
And he had,
tour. Come
right.
on, man.
He had parents. And this is the biggest thing here. This is the thing that really bothers me. That everybody brushes over and say, yeah, the parents are bad too. But they really focus up on R. Kelly. The parents
yeah.
served their daughters up to this man
Yes, they
because
did.
of a payday,
Oh
of
yeah.
a potential payday. And everybody continues to gloss over that. And
There is
that's the thing
no
that
amount of
really
money
bothers me about this.
that
Well,
you
That's
can
the
that's
offer
only thing that
me
really
to
bothers
hand
me.
my daughter over to somebody
well,
that's been accused of anything.
that's
There's
what
no amount of money, though.
that's
Now,
what
and I
inspired.
know it's
That's what
legal.
inspired this
I,
stream.
I know it's
The
legal, but
moms.
exactly. I tell you right. I know it's legal and all of that, technically legal. But I tell you right now, if my ex-wife, so much as even think about putting her name on a dotted line of agreeing, well, she couldn't do it anyway. It'd be illegal. She couldn't do that. She had to go through me because we have to agree that. But if she did something like that in another state, I swear to God, you hear about it on the news. You hear about it on the news. But I'm sorry, everybody got a lot of smoke for R. Kelly. But the people, it was more people around him enabling this, including the parents, than it is the quote unquote victims. It's more enablers than it is victims.
Yeah,
Quote unquote victims.
I would agree with that because
And I'm sorry, and it really sickens me that all the smoke is going for him, but nobody's saying anything about the parents. We're talking multiple parents. We're not saying one or two, three or four. We're talking
Mothers and
multiple
fathers.
parents here.
and these are the ones that are, these are just the ones that have been made public. We don't even
Exactly.
know about.
I'm not even getting into his paid staff who close doors and just turn around and all that type of stuff. I'm talking about parents.
Yeah.
There are more parents. Multiple,
And how about
over the years, but yeah, R. Kelly's getting all of this smoke. He's getting thrown
how
all
about
under the bus.
how
But
about the
parents are not.
hypocrisy? I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
You
I'm
fin-
sorry. I'm go ahead.
Oh,
Go
no,
ahead.
my bad. My apologies. How about the hypocrisy of Gail and Oprah going after R. Kelly when Harvey Weinstein funded most of Oprah's movies in the late 2000s?
Well, they have no legitimacy in the black community at all.
Oh well, you
They
know they.
have
Think
no
about that.
legitimacy whatsoever. They have
Think
no
about that.
They have no legitimacy whatsoever. And quite frankly, they haven't had, especially Oprah, haven't had any real legitimacy in the black community in quite some time.
Yeah, that's a whole nother live
She
stream
got it
right
with
there.
black women, though.
That's a
She
whole
got
nother.
legitimacy with black women.
That's a whole nother live stream right there. But
I know, man.
They
My
have
apologies.
we
no
we
legitimacy.
about to get up out of here. So everybody, man, just give your parting shots, man. But any parting shots before we roll out of here? Anybody want to go can
I'll
go.
go first. The only thing I ask is if you come up and want to dispute the information we present and that we cut and paste into the chat for everybody to see, you're going to have your own numbers. Coming up and gaslighting and saying you don't know research, and I could not believe what I was hearing from somebody that says they're a research and clinical professional. It's amazing. You're arguing with well-established research from legitimate sources that we put in the chat. Now, you got to come with more than that. If you disagree with the numbers, that's fine. You have to present your own. And that's it. Thank you. Appreciate it, brothers.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen. It was great. D. Derrell, ladies, y'all take care.
Yeah, peace, brother Big Nate. I hit you up.
Yes, sir.
So I go next, man, because I got to get out of here. As I said, I have to change. I have to get into one of my laptops and get off the big computer so my wife and daughter can sleep. So, but no, for me, when it comes to this R. Kelly thing, you know, I really hate I hate dishonest arguments. I hate intellectually dishonest arguments. I really do, especially when we talk about the stuff in the legal field. And you know, again, I'm not defending R. Kelly, but he represents black men, and I don't think any of us as black men we should stand idly by and allow for this to occur, because this has been going on for far too long. And if we say, well, because of society and the Me Too culture and all that feels he's guilty, then you know we should just allow for the intellectual dishonesty to go unanswered. No, absolutely not.
That can come back to haunt you.
Right, absolutely, because exactly, because it can come back on you. I'm not saying we need to defend him. I'm just saying we need to attack the intellectual dishonesty that's going on right now. I mean, whatever he did, that's fine. But there are some legal problems to this case. And there's some legal problems to this case for a very, very good reason. And a lot of that goes back to this emotional Me Too bullshit that's related to the Bill Cosby shit. And it really, again, I'm not a Bill Cosby fan, but it really pissed me off that a lot of men really didn't say enough on the Bill Cosby thing. Look, no one is coming to save us, black men. No one's coming to save us. And if we allow people to be completely, tarnished in the media based on intellectual dishonesty because we perceive him to be guilty or perceive him to be a bad guy, then that reflects on all of us, whether we like it or not. Whether you like it or not, reflects on all of us. And unless and until we start standing up for ourselves as black men and fighting our case for ourselves and not allowing this type of stuff to go on unchallenged and not be afraid to do it, they're going to continue to do it. And our women are going to continue to join in and profit off of it. You know, Black Lives Matter. So, that's all I got, brothers. That's all I got. Thanks for having me up, Brother X. And,
absolutely. You already know, man. Anytime, my brother. You already know. Peace. Last and definitely not least, the one and only Brother Ramil Amir, man. Parting shots, my brother.
Yeah, well, no, that last guy, he was on point. This is not even about R. Kelly. People think I'm defending R. Kelly. I'm trying to say this affects black men. If y'all let black men keep getting railroaded like this, I don't understand why affects us as well. I mean, if we get caught up in whatever the case may be, he does represent us. All right, no matter whether you like it or not. So the fact that he was railroaded like that and these hoes is lying, I mean, there was no evidence except for he say, she say. As far as the underage thing, that the parents consented. All right, as far as I'm concerned, if the parents consent to it, it's okay because that's what the law says in plenty states. If the parents say their 14-year-old daughter can get married, and it can happen. So it has to be across the board. Take away all those laws, take away all that BS because it shows no confusion. So this black man, he's not getting his fair shake. He was convicted in the public opinion before he had his fair trial. They had documentaries on him. They poisoned the jury pool. It's just, and us as black men stand by. Oh yeah, send him to jail. But that could be you. You know what I'm saying? You might have it. So I'm just like the last guy. He summed it up real well. But I am on that free R. Kelly train, and I have no shame about it. You know what I mean? Because I think he was railroaded. He didn't get a fair trial. And on top of that, I know what these hoes is about. They lie. They know what they're doing. They know he was a superstar. But once again, what it really comes down to, people don't like powerful black men who can do whatever, mostly whatever they want. So that's why I'm at with it. And thanks for having me.
Oh, absolutely, man. You got to come down more often, my brother.
I appreciate it. Oh yeah, you already know. Yep.
Peace.
Peace out.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead, man, and wrap it up, man. Full house tonight, man. I mean, everybody was up in here tonight, man. You know, I'm surprised it only went like 4 hours and 13 minutes and 55 seconds. But yeah, long night, and I'm gonna say this, man. I know that probably there was a lot of lies, there was a lot of deceit in this whole case. And I do believe that the jury pool was probably corrupted because, you know, documentaries has been on TV for the past 2 years. So it was probably 99% impossible that brother R. Kelly was going to get a fair trial. I mean, that impossible. All right. Number one, he's very high profile. Number two, his name is splashed all over the place and documentaries and the news clips and all this kind of stuff. Impossible for him to get a fair trial. All right. Unless you try him on Mars. But with that being said, we know that many, many years ago, brother R. Kelly had himself caught up in a scandal like this many, many years ago, back in the late 90s, on tape, urinating on some young girl, screwing some young girl that was like 14, 15. All of us saw it. All right, we can pretend like we didn't, but we saw that shit. Now that he was able to beat. That's why I was telling everybody the difference between legal and illegal. All right? Illegal and legal, right and wrong. Now he beat it legally. But from what I saw, the shit was still wrong. All right? He might have beat it legally, but it was still wrong. And likewise, when I was talking to Brother Ramil earlier, he said in some states, you know, these chicks are 13, 14, and they can get married if the parents approve of it to some guy that's 40. Yeah, it may be legal to do that, but it's still wrong. Because, see, me, I'm not really about the legality part of it. But if you fuck around and get convicted, I am going to say, hey, well, he has been convicted of it. Likewise, like he beat the other case and from like the late 90s. Hey, I'll admit, he beat it. He beat it legally, but I still think it's wrong. This time he didn't beat it. He didn't beat it. And I say again, I don't give a shit about the adult women. You know, they were around this guy. They was chasing him around. They was doing whatever. They was his groupies. They was in his mansion. I don't give a shit about none of that if they're adults. All right? Consenting adults do what consenting adults do. My thing is a 50-year-old motherfucker, a 40-year-old motherfucker, a 30-year-old motherfucker fucking around with these girls that's like 13, 14, 15. I ain't going to move on that, man. I'm not going to move from that position. Because I say again, I don't give a fuck how grown she is or how fast she is or how she dress or what she do or what she say. Motherfucker, she's still a kid. All right? She may be a fast kid. She may be a developed kid. She may even be a mature kid. But at the end of that, it's still a kid. And your 30, 40, 50-year-old ass shouldn't be sniffing around some kid just because you can say, well, she dressed like a grown woman. She danced like a grown woman. She looked like a grown woman. She act like a grown woman. Nah. I just don't buy that. I wouldn't buy it if a fucking woman was saying it. She 40, 50 years old and she's sniffing around some 13-year-old boy talking about he looked like a grown man. Like, get the fuck out of here. Even if you're in a state where it's legal. Yeah, it may be legal, but guess what? It's still fucking wrong. It's still wrong. That's where I'm at with it. And I know there's probably a lot of bullshit up in R. Kelly's case. I'm pretty sure it is. I'm pretty sure it's a lot of bullshit caught up in it, man. I'm sure. But guess what? I'm pretty sure there's some fucking truth wrapped up in there somewhere, too. Everything ain't a lie. It ain't all lies. Because if you're going to say it ain't all truth, that means you have to admit that it ain't all lies either. You can't have it both ways. If it ain't all truth, that means it ain't all lies. And I would like to think that this motherfucker had enough sense to not be fucking with girls that was 13 and 14 and 15 years old, man. But from what we saw in the 90s, we know that's not the case. We know this motherfucker likes young girls, man. Regardless if he was railroaded or not by the judicial system. We know R. Kelly, 50-something-year-old ass, likes young girls. We know that. We know that. So if we know he liked young girls, we can't act surprised that he may have been with some young girls. Because we already know he liked them. We all saw the tape. But I do think there's some problems with his case. And he might fuck around and win an appeal. And we'll hear some more shit. But as it stands now, shit, he got more cases in other states. This is just one case. This is just one trial. This man got court cases in like 2 or 3 other states. Either that's all true out there in those states or they all lies too, right? When it comes down to it, man, all this is representative of what we got going on in some of these households. A lot of these young girls find themselves violated by grown-ass motherfuckers. People enabling it. People signing off on it, co-signing it. People denying it. People hiding it. People taking hush money to not say anything about it. We know this is going on, man. We know this is going on. But we're going to find out. But at the end of it all, no matter what it is, man, I think he's going to end up doing some time. It ain't a motherfucking thing nobody on YouTube can do about it. Except talk about it. Like we did tonight. But to be honest, it's not really about him, man. Especially when you're talking about them teenage girls. It's about them fucking parents. It's about those mothers, man. And in some cases, the fathers, too. Allowing their fucking babies, man, to be served up to this motherfucker. Allowing their babies to spend weekends at his mansion. Allowing his fucking yes men to come to the door, pick the kid up, and take him to him. They're culpable in this shit, too. They're accountable for some of this shit, too. And to be honest with you, to be honest with all of you, I wouldn't be mad at the judicial system at all if they turned around and locked some of them motherfuckers up too. But that's all. So we're going to go ahead, man, and wrap up, man. You know, I appreciate y'all coming through tonight. But before we go, I got to hit y'all in the head with some T.P.O.T's programming notes. Y'all knew I wasn't going to let y'all leave without that. So let me turn on the old camera. Yeah, y'all heard it tonight. Brother Big Nate and Derrell will be squaring off Saturday. Notice I done already made a thumbnail. Brother Big Nate and Derrell will be squaring off Saturday night, man. And we'll be talking about the termination of pregnancies, also known as abortion. Yeah, we'll be debating it. We will be debating it. I don't even know what the merits of the debates are. I'm going to have to get in contact with both of them to find out what we're going to do. So make sure you have your behinds here Saturday night, right here on the T.P.O.T YouTube page. You Negroes know. And catch me tomorrow morning. Well, this morning in about 8 hours. I'll be on the Grown Man Hour, and we'll be talking about women who kill their children. Yeah, so catch me on Brother Bernard of the Grown Man Hour throwing down tomorrow. I might even do the opening live tomorrow, y'all. I might do the opening live. Y'all want me to do the opening live tomorrow? Because usually when I come on, I do the opening live. If I can remember it, that is. But yeah. So catch me tomorrow morning, man. I'll be down there at 10 a.m., man, and we'll be chopped it up. Me and Mr. Bernard Riley here. All right? All right. I don't know what we're going to be doing Wednesday and Thursday, y'all. We may not do nothing because I don't really have anything planned. I got a few things in the works, but I don't have anything concrete. So y'all may not see my black ass streaming again till Saturday. We'll have to see. But other than that, man, I'll say this, man. This R. Kelly shit is crazy, man. You know? But like the title says, man, his mind was saying no. But these children's moms, man, were saying yes to him. They were saying yes. These girls weren't sneaking out. They weren't climbing out of windows and shit. They were walking right out the front door. They were walking right out of the front door going to be with this man. So, you know, whatever happened, they played a big part in it too. I'll tell you, I think this shit is wrong when these grown-ass motherfuckers with these little girls. Yeah, I think this wrong. I think it's wrong. And they picked the right ones. Because shit, if they'd have been fucking around with little girls, you know, that part of my family, or part of the family of my family, or part of the family of people that I know, this shit would have never flew. It would have never went down in the first place. And if it had went down unbeknownst to us, once we found out, we would have rectified this shit. This shit wouldn't have just continued. Absolutely not. Because like I said, 13, 14, 15-year-old girl coming out of this camp, she ain't just walking out the motherfucking door being with no fucking dude. At no time. At no place. For no thing. Let alone some grown-ass 20, 30, 40, 50-year-old man. Wouldn't happen. And if it did happen, it would happen at one time. Until we found out about it. Wouldn't have happened again. That's what I'm saying. So I say again, got a legal and legal, man. Yeah, but you're fucking right and wrong too. And those two things ain't necessarily simpatico. But when it comes to right and wrong, that's the law of the land, whether it's legal or illegal. Right and wrong is the law of the land, man. Especially when it comes to people that you care about. Especially when it comes to people that you sworn to protect. Especially when it comes to people that you know don't have the experience, don't have the maturity, and don't have the mind to be doing some of the shit that's been alleged in this case. They don't have the mind to be doing this shit. And I think it's our job to protect these young girls. Not just protect them from the boogeyman or the R.Kelly types. I think they need us to protect them from themselves sometimes. And part of that protection is making sure they got a fucking man in their life. Making sure they have guidance, counsel, instruction, man. Training, leadership. Because maybe if they got some of that shit in their life, guess what? Maybe they won't be so interested in a fucking R. Kelly. If they being taught good shit at home, and definitely without you fucking handing her over to the R. Kelly types. If you instill some decent shit into these girls, give them some fucking structure, maybe, just maybe, people like this won't seem so appealing with their old asses sniffing around these fucking young girls. I don't give a fuck if it is legal. Shouldn't be happening. And their fucking mammies shouldn't be fucking enabling it either. But that's all. Yeah, so I'm gonna get on up out of here, man. I appreciate everybody hanging out tonight, man. I appreciate all the cash apps, man, and super chats and shit, as always. But most importantly, man, I appreciate your participation, man. You good folks out there and the good folks that hang out in here. Y'all are always appreciated, man. I don't take you lightly. I never have, and I never will. You got my word on that. You could have been anywhere on a fucking Monday night, but you decided to be here. And it's appreciated. Because it's goddamn 2 o'clock in the morning and y'all still here. Like I said, don't take you lightly, man. I don't. Appreciate all you good folks. But shout out to all the folks, man, who came out tonight, man. Lady Danielle, Brother Supreme, Lady Queen Q, my boy Perfect Black, even Brother D. Derrell, Brother Ramil was here, of course. All right. So yeah, man, I appreciate everybody for coming out tonight, man. Good shit tonight. And the conversation continues, man, because you know we're going to be talking about this shit again, because it's not like old ass men are going to stop fucking with young ass girls. It's not like they're going to stop. And who knows, the next time we talk, shit, we might be talking about Brother R. Kelly getting out on appeal. You never know, right? You never know. But with that, I will leave you good folks with 3 words, and I'll see y'all in about 8 hours down at Bernard Riley's, all right? I will leave you good folks with 3 words, you know, like I always do. Open your mind. Your mind. Your mind. Your mind.
Hours of power. Hours of power. Hours of power. Hours of power.
And so a community is where you control your police, you control your commerce, you control your education, you control your house. We don't control none of that. We live in a hood. Huh? Well, what about the Negroes that get out? Oh, well, see, my cousin, they say he's a multi-millionaire, almost at $1 billion. 3 PhDs, working on 2 more. Driving down the street in Chicago in his Rolls Royce, enjoying himself, and he hears these sirens and looks to the mirror and sees this cop car flashing lights. He squeezed the steering wheel, man. Heart beats fast. Because he knows the plight of a Negro, what it could be. And then when that cop car passed him by, he said, thank God he wasn't after you in the first place, Paul. That Negro thing you can't get away from. It's universal. They wasn't coming after you with all your millions, with your Rolls Royce, with your PhD, didn't help. That's the hood. Huh? Why do you think you never pick up a paper until you read over and over and see white families? You think it's thousands of black cops in America. Why don't you see white families crying as black cops shot my loved one 42 times in the back of the head? Why do you think black cops are better? You think they're more spiritual? Think they're better? No! They got enough sense to know that white folks ain't gonna tolerate it. And I will stop in our neighborhood when we decide we will not tolerate it. Now, if we was organized, which is hard to organize people who are just gonna run crazy and you don't know you're crazy. But if we were, with the money we have, and the many people who would come to our aid that don't know what it's like to be a Negro, and we said, look, we saying, if we don't get a federal law to deal with police brutality, that anytime a cop or anybody carry a gun, have to have a license just like you used to drive a car. And if you use it wrong, then you lose your license. And if it's upheld, you can never work again as a cop or a store guard or a private detective. How do you get Congress to push that through? Well, you take your economic power and you call on your friends, black, white, young and old, and say, this coming Christmas, if we don't have a federal law to outlaw police brutality by law, then we call them for a nationwide boycott of Christmas and it'll start on Thanksgiving. Well, let me tell you what that means. 79% of all retail in America happens between Thanksgiving and Christmas. People stay in business all year, lose money just for Christmas, huh? Well, what happens now? Flagstaff Avenue, Toys R Us, Sears and Roebuck, Weston House. They will get the bill, and all they got to do is make one phone call and say, Harry, that's the senator, I want that bill pushed through in 3 days. Okay, it's an economic thing. It's that simple. But we have the power, but the system has wiped us out so bad.
Hours of power. Hours of power. Hours of power.
Copy. San Lincoln 6. Go ahead. Clear suspect down, 10-4. 10-4. The officer's code 4. We have one suspect that's been shot.
Open your mind.
Only from T.P.O.T. Media. Open your mind.